This is Engineer Suraj Singh. Good morning. 28th April 2020. A talk of new subject, new issue that is related to one charter, Royal Charter of Unique Institution of Engineers India. Maybe country people are not aware about that there exists somebody in this title, unique title, the Institution of Engineers India. This certificate is here, you can see. This certificate, Institution of Engineers, which is shown to you, a discussion in that regard. We know we are country by name Bharat, India. We all are citizens of this country, Bharat, India, which got its freedom, its liberty, its independence from British on August 15, 1947. And later on, we got our self-law, self-rule, public rule document in 1949, 1950, and that is called Constitution of India, Bharat. भारत का संविधान, थोड़ा हिंदी थोड़ा इंग्लिश. My today's objective is to let public of this country, Bharat, India, apprise itself of what is the Institution of Engineers India is and about. This institution was originally commissioned or established in 1920, and later in 1935 this was incorporated by Royal Charters, because a Royal Charter was granted to this body, institution, the Institution of Engineers India, Bharat. My purpose of today's talk is something different. It's educative. I have experienced that public which should know about what laws are, how our nation moves, how do we operate our system, our mechanism, legal framework. They are not clear about many laws, and they are not even clear, majority of public has not been clear about Constitution of India, even Bharat ke Samvidhan. And this piece of law is also a part that is not clear to people of this country. So sometimes it becomes your duty to educate your own fellow citizens of this country, and particularly those professionals who are engineers, because this law, this piece of law, this charter, Royal Charter, applies to engineers, engineering community. How it applies, that we shall see. Now my objective is just to help people of this country to know what we are. And when I say people of this country to know what we are, it directly relates to our super law, our mainframe law, that is known as Constitution of this country, in relation to which all laws are framed. Mr. Sam mentioned. Mr. Sam, welcome. Good morning. It's not sometimes easy to understand subjects which do not relate to you, but it's important that those subjects actually relate to you. Problem lies that our society sometimes in post-independence and up to 20, 30 years was very much inclined to documentation. They used they used documents as if they are something precision, sancrosanct. But later on, when people started education, they got degrees and everything, they forgot documentation. Current generation is not at all aware of documentation, and that is our weakness, in fact, to be very frank. Our weakness of youth, our weakness of all is that we do not understand documents. There may be many reasons of that, it's because of internet or because of something else or because of lack of awareness or because of whatever you can say. We are not a society now, though we are educated, more than 50% are educated, but we keep off from records, from documents, and that is actually not helpful to us. We got independence, we got everything, we got a system, we got a constitution, we got legal framework, we got judiciary, we got advocacy, every mechanism we have. But what we miss is concentration on that. We want to live in our own world. Our own world. We don't care for others. We don't care for country, in fact, only in songs or in dramas. Otherwise, if you feel, if you think, just go back to 100, 200, 300 years, how we got slavery. This was only a reason that we were slaves. I will not go to that details. I am just trying to make a background for why I am conducting this talk today. This talk is just to understand that why do we miss something which has been there for decades and without which we cannot move actually. Remember, we have to develop a nation, we have to make a nation, we have to move forward, we have to convert forests to cities, we have to do industrialization. Industrialization was actually main cause which forced engineers to come up, because without engineering, without sciences, no industrialization can happen, and without industrialization you can't move forward. It's industrialization, it's production, it is sciences, it's engineering that moves a nation, that develops a nation, and all other professions whatsoever, they depend on that development. There are two professions I usually say. One is engineering and one is medical, you can say health science, based on which every country moves. If you don't have engineering back, you cannot develop. And if you don't have medical back, you can't remain healthy. And if you are not healthy, your country people will be sick. So these are two basic fundamentals that we have to make up. Forget all others first of all. If these are very strong, then all others will work. They are all subservient to them. You may call them whatever, but without existence of these two, all others have no meaning. If there is management, it's got no meaning. If there is officials, there is no meaning. If there is a courts, there is no meaning. If there is a law, there is no meaning. If you don't have this, these are basic. These are, say, food of mind of a nation. Engineering is absent, nation is absent. Health is absent, nation is absent. Community is absent. This point we must understand. It's a very serious issue. What is happening, COVID-19, you see everywhere, the all-in problem is because of what? Health. It directly attacks health, nothing else. And if health is attacked, all other sectors are attacked. Economy is down, everything down. You know what's happening today. This is a clear evidence what I'm saying about. Just a reference. I'm not going to talk about COVID-19. That's a different issue. Today I am concerned with something else. That's why it's not only law that gives you life. It's yourself who gives you life. It's society that gives you life, and it is you who makes society. It's you who makes society. Society doesn't make you. You help society, you help a nation, and in turn you help a whole world. If you can't do something, nobody can do anything. Now, I am engineer doesn't mean that I am advocating for engineering. It doesn't matter that. We are a nation. We have to understand what we are. We have a document. That's law. That's called Constitution of India, and under which all laws have been framed and are being framed and shall be framed. And pre-independence also there are many laws, hundreds of laws were there which are called existing laws. Those come under same constitution. So constitution is overall, you can say, for purpose of mechanism of this country, for purpose of governance, and for purpose of public mandate. You have to understand that first. So we are also a part of that. I am talking of professionals, all professionals, and engineers in particular, because development is done by engineers. No engineers means no development. So simple. Those countries who came up, they came up because of development. All, whatever they came up because of sciences and engineering. Many countries generated science formulas. Many countries generated engineering formulas. They were intelligent because there was nothing in those countries. They were desert countries. They were snow countries. They had nothing to eat, they had nothing to do, so they struggled hard to meet their requirements, and that's why they come up faster than what we are. We have everything to eat. We are so lazy society, and still we are lazy. We can't use our intellectual. We can't use our intellect, in fact. Though we have top intellect in this country, but how many percent intellectuals are using their intellect? That's a question mark. Just living and sleeping and eating and drinking and going to bed is only what you have to do. Or I know that we have potential. We all have potential. We are a society, of course, we are a living society, but it can awaken. We can awaken this society. And we have been awakening, but not to full requirement, to some requirement. Some people are up, some are down. And we have to now understand what is life. Because of this problem of COVID, we have to understand what life is. Life is certainly going to change considerably, because we consider life only comfort, only money, only wealth, and nothing else. So now people have learned what is life. Money can't help every time. When there is a pressure from God, nature, there is a beating from nature, there is scolding from nature, then you have to be in right direction, and that's what's happening. So we have to consider ourselves to readjust. Constitution of our country, what does it say? We have to first understand that, and then I'll talk later on. Because everything is linked to that. What I am going to talk is linked to that. What was before independence also linked to that. You may say how? It was linked to that. Though we were slaves, but there was some law, there was some management, at that time also governing management, which maybe many of us are not aware of. There was, before this constitution, prior to that, what do you think? There was nothing? And prior to that also there was nothing? No, there were laws, there were acts, everything was there. There was good management, and same type of management is continuing now. Before 1947, we were ruled by some law. You know that law, Government of India Act 1935, and before that Government of India Act 1919, and before that whatever was there, no need of understanding now. In 1947, we got Independence of India Act. That is called India Independence Act 1947, and which was followed by Constitution of India, which is still working. This constitution is for everybody. It's not for someone, or you can say for some society. It's for every citizen of this country, and it is for citizen and also for non-citizens who are resident here. It applies to everybody, and its main structure is, we have to understand that first before jumping on to some other discussion. Because if we cannot understand constitution of this country, we cannot understand anything. Constitution is our foundation. Based on constitution, we make superstructure. That's legal mechanism, judicial mechanism, and you can say institutional mechanism. That is parliament and executive and society, all. Society is citizenry. Our society is called citizenry, means all citizens at any time are society. Economy, you can say. Economy and society are same here. Economy means nation is also called economy. And we should see our structure of that. Many of you know about that, and many of you do not know about that. Do not know doesn't mean you are not able to understand, because you ignore it, and that's why you are not clear about that. And ignorance has no answer. If you ignore something, you cannot understand. If you just concentrate on something, you can understand many subjects in engineering, you can understand them. You can understand a lot of calculations. You can imagine, you can assume, you can try formula, and you can do a lot on design of engineering, design in engineering, work in engineering. But because this doesn't relate to you, you don't find any interest in that, that's why you keep off that, and that's the reason you fail sometime. Other professionals who are not parallel to you, who are not equal to you, they got upper hand and you stand behind. That's because of ignorance, because of lack of concentration. But it's not big issue. You are educated. You know without you nothing can move. So you are free mind now. But no, you have to help others. Being an engineer, you have to help others. Being a good citizen, you have to help others, those who need your help. Because everybody cannot understand documents. But you are an engineer. I am an engineer. Engineering is not a small qualification. It's not a small education. It's the highest profile education in the whole world. Highest profile education in the whole world. That is very important point. And if you can't understand that, you can't understand anything. We have to be careful about that. We are required to help others, because we are leaders in profession. We are professional leaders. Engineers have a responsibility, and every nation all over the world, because engineers are agents of change. Whatever change is brought physically is brought by engineers. Do not forget that. It's not a question of pride, it's a question of facts. If you want to convert a desert into a city, engineers are required. If you want to industrialize a nation, engineers are required. If you want to demolish a building, engineer is required. And if you want to construct a building, engineer is required. All infrastructure is done by engineers. All movement is done by engineers physically. So just do not underestimate yourself. Do not worry about others, but you can help, because you can do something in favor of development. So you have higher responsibility than all other citizens who depend on your advancement, or they stand still somewhere. They stand still. They stand somewhere without movement, because there is no feedback for them. There is no clear route for them. That point engineers must stand, and that's why it's called engineers for change. Engineer is a change agent. Yes, that's right. Because engineer itself is something different. Engineer term itself is having article meaning, and that is ingenious, means you are a person who must have genius standard in your mind. And if you cannot have that, there is no meaning of your certification. If you cannot use your mind, if you cannot apply, you cannot analysis, you cannot synthesize, and you cannot thoroughly study something, and you can't call yourself engineers. I do not understand only certification engineers. No, I don't accept that. Certification only evidence that you have passed something, but knowledge you must have. Application of knowledge you must have. If you don't have that, you are not an engineer. So simple. If you can do something, you are an engineer. So you can understand documents. That's very important. That's why I come back to its constitution, what it is. First you have to understand that. I'm not going to tell you whole document. I'm just going to tell you explanation of what we are, what we have to do. And then I come over to next one, because it is engineering fraternity that is also responsible for that. What it says, we have to understand that. It says we people of Bharat, India, having solemnly resolved to constitute ourselves. Bharat, India, to constitute ourselves into what? This is a very simple sentence, you understand that. There is nothing specific in this. Constitute, we have to constitute ourselves into what? Into certain certain points, and those points are that structures are that articles are, you can say, or that attributes are, you can say, 5 attributes are there currently since independence. In meaning they are, in fundamentalism they are, in application they are. And they are: number 1, sovereign. Number 2, socialist. Number 3, secular. Number 4, democratic. Number 5, republic. These 5 points are your wealth: social wealth, national wealth, citizenry wealth, and moral wealth. These 5 give you everything to make your nation, to constitute a society, and to move this society forward, because these all 5 in combination secure to citizens. Language says secure to citizens. Secure means what? Security, guarantee, certainty, continuity, without any problem. So these 5 points, our 5 legs. You may say that our 5 hands, our 5 minds, with everybody. We have to first understand that, and then these further mandate that they shall give you justice, that is called social justice, economic justice, and political justice. Then social, economical, and political combination comes in. What does it mean? Are we not member of society? Are we not responsible for economy? Are we not non-political politicians? Non-political politicians means I am not talking of politics, but politics as nation. When we say politics, body polity it is. Polity means mandate by people, for people. So we cannot isolate from there, because we are a society. Whether we are whole society or we are institutional society, we are a society. So justice, social, economic, and political, this is one consideration, this is one objective of our constitution. What is the other objective? There are 2 more objectives. That one is liberty. Of course we are liberal, we have got independence, but that is not exclusive one we got. We were already independent before that. Let's say we were independent in 1947, but what we are given is, we can think our way, that is, we believe what we believe. If I think something, nobody can stop me. If I trust someone, nobody can stop me. If I want to write something which is not against someone but logical, I can write, I can speak, I can express, I can believe, and I can worship whatever I want, or I can worship nothing. It's up to me. So this is my freedom, which is also related to society. Individual, entity, organization, this relates to everybody. So this is 2nd degree to me. First degree was justice, which I must get in all respects, and this is another 1 degree, that I am free to think, to write, to think, to worship, to whatever I want. Nobody can stop me, as far as it applies to me only. If I say there is God, okay, there is God for me, not for someone else. If I say there is no God, nobody can say why you don't believe in God. So that is my individual approach, what I can help. That's granted by my law. And then 3rd one is, what is that? That is equality of status and opportunity. Equality of status and opportunity. Equality of status means, what is status after all? You get opportunity in life to educate yourself, to study, to advance, to move, to work, to have degrees, diplomas, or to go to up to whatever position you can. That depends upon your capability. If you are given opportunity, you avail opportunity to earn something, to earn your standards up, to raise yourself up, to move yourself on further steps to this landing and to then reach floor. That's your choice, your capacity, no one will stop you. So these 3, and status, and you have capability, you must be given status. You have every right to get whatever status in this country. That's up to your capability. Nobody can stop you according to constitution of this country. You must understand that. And then further it says that all lead to, all these attributes and sub-attributes lead to where? To brotherhood, to fraternity, to human dignity, where you are today. So what we have to understand first, what it says that we are sovereign. What does sovereign mean? You have thought sometime, you should think what is sovereign means. And on the other hand, what is republic? These two are there. You can say when it's considered beam, this is fixed beam, this is the beam here and fixed ends are there, these two ends are there. I consider this beam with having these 5 attributes, that one is one is sovereign and one is republic. No one can touch it. Because we are independent country, we are our own master. We are on Prabhu Satta, it's called in Hindi, Prabhu Satta. We are on God, physical God. We consider ourselves, we are gods for this country, all citizens. We are as nation, our own God. That's sovereign. And then it's a republic, because there is no kingdom here, we are public is king. But in between comes the socialism and secularism and democracy. You know democratic system, you know secular system, what secular is, because we all are secular, so we don't differentiate between what is you can say our old system, what were our old cultures, and what is our religion attachments. No connection to that as far as law is concerned, as far as state is concerned, but individuality is different. As far as association is concerned, individual person is concerned, it is different. It's up to you whatever you believe in, but you cannot differentiate based on that. That's the important point. And socialism says that it's society, we are society of individuals, society of families, and we have rights for everybody. We endow rights on everybody has to live, everybody has to eat. And what is eating? Food is important. Everybody must have this, everybody must have clothing. Housing is higher profile, so I am not talking about that. This is what we are given to constitute a nation. This is from where? This is from our public. We people of this country devised this constitution, or I can say designed this constitution for ourselves. Nobody else did this. Every citizen is responsible for this. This means every citizen is responsible for this country. We are all parts of this country. This country is a machine, you can say, and we are all parts of this country. We should keep that in mind. It is my country, I am responsible for this. Everybody has to think this way. I don't consider what politicians say, forget them. This is my constitution says. This is also your constitution, this says. So constitution belongs to me, and I support constitution, and I am responsible for constitution, because we people have given it to ourselves, we adopted ourselves, we designed ourselves, and we have given to ourselves by support of some consultants and the Constituent Assembly, Dr. Ambedkar. This is our constitution. Whatever else inside we'll talk on, no problem, that's so. Now this constitution gives us many, this gives us fundamental rights. This constitution tells us names of these countries, Bharat and India. It doesn't say something else, only two. This constitution gives me my fundamental rights, my state rights, my human rights. And this constitution gives me duty also. That duty we have to understand. You know Article 51A gives it fundamental duties, which duties are very, very important from every point of view. If you cannot do that duty, and as an engineer you cannot understand, then you are missing your constitution, so be very frank. Because duty it comes first and rights come later. If you are responsible, you must know what is your duty, and that too is called fundamental duty. When I claim fundamental right, from right to profession, right to worship, right to this and right to that, I claim all rights, but rights, of course I have rights, but who will give me rights? My duty shall give me right. When I do something, I will be paid. Example is that when I do something, I will get something in exchange of that or in consideration of that. So if I don't do my duty, I don't have any right on right, any right on privilege. This is analysis of this provision. As an engineer, it's my duty to analyze. If I can't analyze, I am not engineer, because engineer means analyzer, best analyzer in the world is an engineer. I don't consider somebody else analyzer. Best analyzer, first analyzer, top analyzer, engineer, who analyzes everything before doing that. Otherwise you are not engineer. You are not engineer at all if you can't analyze. First you analyze, then you know answers of help and synthesize them, So all synthesis, all combination, all interactions depend upon analytical answers. That point is very important. If you say you are an engineer, you try to understand all this, otherwise you can't help your people, and you can't help your people means you are not an engineer, because you are a social leader, you are a professional leader. Same applies to doctors as well, but doctors are little different because they don't have that wide spectrum with people. They just treat people, and that's something limited one. But we do not treat people, we use people. There's a difference. Doctor does not use people, doctor treats people, but we use people. There's a big difference. When you use people, people have every right on you, and when people have every right on you, you have to consider that right. You have to consider your right as well, because you have to help them. They are your resources in engineering profession. You cannot do anything if your people do not do anything. You cannot do anything if your operator cannot use machine. So we are engineers along with engineering workers. So we must have a duty towards them, and that duty can be realized only when I know my duty. So what Article 51A says, I have to abide by Constitution. Very simple. Just like I have to abide by law, I have the Constitution. I have to abide by Constitution. So how can you abide if you don't know Constitution? It's you must know. You must know Constitution. I have to honor country flag. I have to do this and so many, and I have to know on sciences. On engineering, I have to take nation to higher heights of science and engineering. I have to respect women. I have to keep country clean. I have to keep environment clean, completely pollution free. I have to protect natural resources, rivers, lakes, mountains, all that, and so many provisions are there. We have to respect ideals, those noble ideals for which our freedom fighters sacrificed their lives. All this is given to us. And when we say we have to move based on sciences and inquiry of sciences and engineering, what does it mean? So this actually applies to us. This portion of duty applies to every scientist and every engineer, not to be in dark, but to come out in logical world, and that logical means science and engineering, because science and engineering both work together based on logic and no other fun. We are not funning people. We are serious people. We create something, we think on something, and we produce something, and then we maintain that as well, and public use that. Public uses that. That's important. If my product which I deliver as an engineer, it's not used by public, what's purpose of engineering? What's purpose then? My purpose is zero in that case, but you can say negative, because I have used natural wealth for others, but it doesn't work because I did not work properly. That's why where I say I should use scientific knowledge for people to use that knowledge into their life. If I am an engineer, my engineering knowledge must reach people, which is not reaching. Whatever I learn should not be in my room, it should be with people. So I am a competent communicator, you can say. I am not only a communicator, I am a competent communicator in a sense. I first convey a work, I transfer my delivery to them, and they use it properly according to what way I have delivered that. So this creates some kind of, variation in complete thought, a school of thought. So when you understand this, we are based on science and engineering in our system, which is very important. We are not only based on mechanism of law, we are not based on something non-technical issues, we are on priority basis based on science and technology. This is what our fundamental duty says, and if you cannot understand this fundamental duty, then we are illiterate society. Religion is something else. I am not talking of religion. Religion is your individual approach. It is your private and personal approach to God. Whatever you believe in, that is your choice. You are free for that. But I am talking something national, human, international, without which we cannot live, and that is called science and engineering. So there must be something behind that. There must be some mechanism for that, so that it is practical, so that it works together. Now, I am interested in talk about that. Institution of Engineers India, which I am a member as well, corporate member. I have been corporate member since 1981, and I want to just deliberate on that issue with you people, engineers and non-engineers both. You can say Society of Bharat. It's very important issue for me and for you all. I am a private person. Everybody is a private person. Private in the sense I am citizen of this country. I am not employed by government. That's why I am private. I am not a state employee. I am a freelancer, and I worked for many years overseas also, in GCC and Middle East. It is my reference. And why these people are disturbing for nothing, I don't understand. These people have no other job. Get lost. Before moving further to explain what is this charter about, I would like to, what this nonsense people don't understand, they don't do shame at all. Nonsense people, really, they don't have shame. I am just going to talk to you about, that is because it's very important, and just talking exclusively in plain language is not adequate. I should like to present to you some background of that, history of that. A bloody fool who you are! That lossy bastard! Nonsense person. And these people showing organs for what? Illiterate. गुस्सा आता है भाई, इडियट लोग आ गए unnecessarily in morning time disturbing for nothing. Now what I was saying, I would like to show you, to talk to you about royal charters. Actually, what is royal charter? That's very important point here. What is royal charter? I am talking about charter. Why charter has actually come up? Why it has come? What was necessity? Why do you talk of this? And if it is there, why it's there? These all questions exist. We must raise these questions and answers ourselves. It's not particularly, I'm talking of Institution of Engineers India, but question is, if it is there, why don't we know about this? And if it is not there, then what is there? If you go back to history, you will know about that I will just speak to you one by one. There are some here. Royal Charter. This is a brief information and deliberation. Royal Charter Sankshipt Suchna Tatha Vichar Vinimay. I have a slide show, but I will show you later on. Just now I will show you because I am reading for you so that you understand that. And this is Royal Charters, a brief information, a deliberation. Old constitutional documentation. And old constitutional documentation is regarding that, and I prepared that based on certain information from some publication. So title is Royal Charters, a brief information and deliberation, and it says actually this I prepared this in 2013, November 30th I prepared this document 2013. I just kept it with me. Now I have an opportunity to talk to you about this. This is a historical one actually. After having gone through a lot many charters, studies on various websites during past years, some references of which have been given below after certain conduct of personal deliberations. This is my statement here. It's intended to be presented all these. It's intended to be presented all these prior to resorting to chart out further discussions pertinent our Indian Bharat, engineering and other matters connected therewith. It's requested that one should go through this study and presentation, for which due expression and their related meanings have been gathered, constructed, drawn, adopted from internet media source. What is a charter? That's a question mark. What is a charter? And I say charter is a record of public act. Charter is a record of public act delegating rights and privileges to recipients. Charter is a record of public act delegating rights and privileges to recipients in form of public declaration and not addressed to recipient but notified to public. Okay, then after that, legal status. What is legal status of a charter? Now I am talking it about UK because our charter is from UK. It's not here. I am talking history of this. This means it is some talk about UK legal system. According to charter definition, it means a public document and an authority delegated by a sovereign or parliament to concerned body or persons, conferring various rights and privileges on all such persons. Let us repeat it. According to charter definition, it means a public document and an authority delegated by sovereign or parliament to concerned body or persons, conferring various rights and privileges on all such persons. Okay. Then chartered bodies. What is chartered body? Chartered body in our regard means a professional body. A professional body having a strength more than 5,000 members. Having a strength more than 5,000 members. Be financially sound. Successfully tracking with 75% members with a minimum leveled first degree and resolved so to be granted a royal charter. This is basic qualification required for charter for an institution or a body. It requires that you should have a minimum. You are a professional body. You are having a strength more than 5,000 members and you are financially sound. You are successfully tracking with 75% members with a minimum level first degree in profession and you are resolved so to be granted a royal charter. This is definition of royal charter. Bodies, chartered bodies. Now what further it says? Now IEI charter, what is it? In our case, it is a royal charter. Title is royal charter. We will discuss that one. That His Majesty, I am talking of English time, His Majesty King George V ordered in Privy Council. Ordered in Privy Council. Privy Council is very big body, highest body you can say. Ordered in Privy Council is above Parliament of that country. This is a constitutional order, IEI charter. It says it is a constitutional order with and by advice of Privy Council. It's a statutory advice. So there are two issues in this. This is an order in council, and council means order in Principal Council, Privy Council. This means a constitutional order, and it is by advice of Privy Council. This means a statutory advice. So there are two combinations. It is constitutional order and it is based on statutory advice by Privy Council. Now, which had deemed to be a public act. It is a public act, and warrant of this charter contents letters patent deemed to be a constitutional document to allow II conduct itself from. What is letters patent? Letters patent means open letter. It's not secret letter, it's not in cover, it's completely open so that every person can see it, read it. So there are 2 points in this. IEI Charter, Institution of Engineers Charter. In our case it is Royal Charter, which was granted to us by King George V, ordered in Privy Council, which is constitutional order based on advice of Privy Council, that's statutory advice, and this is public act, and warrant of charter contains letters patent, which is not a private document, it's open letter for whole nation, whole world. This is other point. Now, so this is charter body, and this is now here. Now it is now go forward. This is public act. What is public act? Public act. Let us say first of all, II Charter is being part of Constitution of India. Yeah, chartered bodies, II Charter, and this is, I can't see by this, I think. It's a, yes. Now, public act. In our country, Bharat, India, there is only one public act. In our country, Bharat, India, there is only one public act, and that is Constitution of this country. Let me do slideshow. I am finding some difficulty in, let me say, slideshow, so that I can say from beginning. So I have said that. So charter, I have told you what is charter, legal status. Yes, now says charter is a legally binding document. Charter is not a public declaration, not a disbursement, but not a public. But that is okay. Legal status. Charter is a legally binding document incorporating an organization or institution and specifying its purpose, remit or bylaws. Organizations such as Institution of Civil Engineers in UK are chartered to maintain and advise science and practice of civil engineering in UK, and by this charter has right to regulate business of civil engineering in UK. This gives rise to a status of chartered engineer, one who satisfies requirements of charter holding organization. Royal charters also exist in many may have legal status in case of universities and similar bodies. Powers to award degrees normally comes from Royal Charter. Now, charter had been an order in Privy Council in Constitution is full, while a statute had been ordered by Privy Council. Privy Council was a body comprising of laws. Now, what is meaning of charter? As I said, it is public document, authority, etc. It is a public document and an authority delegated by sovereign or parliament to concerned body or persons, conferring various rights, privileges on all such persons. And as I said, chartered body in our regard means a professional body having a strength more than 5,000 members, be financially sound, successfully tracking with 75% members, with a minimum level first degree, and result so to be granted a Royal Charter. So what I said before. Now in Public Act, what's a Public Act? In Bharat, India, there is only one Public Act, and that is Constitution of Bharat, India, as it was resolved by people of India, Bharat, and given to themselves by people of India, Bharat. Indian authorities may accept or may not accept now, but they have to accept one day constitutionality of this document. II Charter, Institution of Engineers India Charter, is a deemed part of Constitution of this country, India, Bharat, that engineers should accept and plead in first place as such, which makes engineers enjoy constitutional status as corporate members II and a Chartered Engineer India status. Surprise about II Charter's missing evolution and reference. It is really not understandable about what way this document had been condoned for many years from general public's observance and awareness. Laws hierarchy in India, Bharat as follows. Now, actually, before going this, मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बता देना चाहता हूँ ताकि आपको थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन ना हो कि सबको इंग्लिश नहीं आती. थोड़ा सा हिंदी में बता देना चाहता हूँ मैं एक्चुअली क्यों बात कर रहा हूँ आपसे. इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स मेरा नहीं है अकेले का. इट्स नॉट माई इंस्टीट्यूशन अलोन. इट्स ए पब्लिक बॉडी. इट्स ए बॉडी कॉन्स्टिट्यूटेड बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ दैट टाइम अंडर Government of India Act 1935 and under various other laws that king of that time had. So if some people have some misunderstanding about this body, I cannot answer to them but request them, please don't take it personal. I am not alone there, you are also there. I don't understand, some people have some wrong conception about what I am talking of. शायद कुछ लोग गलत समझ जाते हैं किसी बात को, ये जाने बिना कि वो क्या सोच रहे हैं. इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर जो संस्थान है मेरा नहीं है, पब्लिक का है, देश का है. इट्स कंट्रीज इंस्टीट्यूशन. ये कुछ इंजीनियर्स का नहीं है और जो वहाँ बैठे हैं काउंसिल में उनका भी नहीं है. ये जितने भी हम लोग हैं भारत के इंजीनियर जो उसके सदस्य हैं उन सब का है. ये माइंड से बात पता नहीं क्यों घुस जाती है लोगों में कि हम अपने लिए बात कर रहे हैं. आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग फॉर माई सेल्फ, आई एम टॉकिंग फॉर नेशन. जो भी इंस्टीट्यूशन बना उस टाइम ऐसे ही तो नहीं बन गया होगा, कोई जरूरत तो रही होगी. आज इतने साल बाद इसको हम समझ नहीं पाए तो किसकी गलती है? इफ वी हैव फेल्ड टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन इज. Since 1935, whose fault is this? It's fault of engineers. It's fault of public that we fail to understand powers of this charter, and we even don't sometimes recognize this, though it is legal. But our certain senior and very senior engineers, I don't understand what degree of hitch or hate they have in them. This is not private law. This is constitutional law. This is charter royal document. This institution works on behalf of government, on behalf of nation, on behalf of constitution. This is not personal. So why should we consider it different way? If I am a member of that today, tomorrow I may not be a member of that. You are also same, you are a member today, but you forget that this is not association alone. This was association sometimes, now no. This is a mandated body. This is not an association now. Other institutions are associations, but this is not association. Of course, this is based on association, based on finance provided by members, but it is by law now. By law, by royal charter law. That is chartered body. It's not an association under Societies Act. It is chartered body. This point we must understand, and if we don't understand this point, we miss something. This is very important. So let me now explain to you first, before going further, what system we have in our country, and that system is law. That is laws hierarchy in Bharat, India, as follows. This is, and what is that? It is constitutional law. If you read number 1, constitutional law, what does it say? Provisions within the Constitution of India is our law number 1, top law you can say, or you can say a kind of holy book. Constitution is a kind of holy book, not religious book. Holy book as far as our practical life is concerned, practical life of a citizen is concerned. So it's a holy book. Its pre-constitutional law is there. This was, I say, constitutional law. This is Constitution of India. which is having all articles related to us and various many contents. We'll talk later. And this pre-constitutional laws, I am talking about legal system we are following, constitutional system, then pre-constitutional system. That was all existing laws, including IEI Royal Charter in 1935. Existing law means those laws before 1947 and before Constitution was composed. It was initiated, it was notified. There were certain laws before that, pre-independence laws, which were neither repealed nor abrogated, which are still in existence. Those all are called existing laws in datum of 1947 and 1950. All laws pre-constitution are existing laws, including IR Royal Charter 1935. Then comes Parliament statute. So first is Constitution, pre-constitution and Parliament statute. What is Parliament statute? Under provisions of Constitution of India, Parliament acts are legislated. That is Parliament statute, and we call them acts. Act, A-C-T. A is capital, remember there. It's not small. Because when you write small, it becomes a verb. It becomes act, action. But when you say A, it's not a verb. It's Parliament Act, title. So under provision of Constitution of India, Parliament acts are legislated means enacted into law for implementation. And we have to understand what is Parliament here. Parliament equal to Lok Sabha plus Rajya Sabha plus President of this country, Bharat, India. This is number 3. Now come to 4, case law. Case law which are unknown. Constitutional courts, which are Supreme Court and High Courts. Now they have been empowered by law to legislate wherever so required during just judicial proceedings, case-related laws, when no available and applicable of all acts or laws would be consistently able to respond to question under consideration by judiciary in relevant case. What does it mean? Case law. Constitutional courts, which are Supreme Court and High Courts, have been empowered to, I say legislate, but actually that is not legislation, that is judgment. Here it is judgment. They have to deliver judgment wherever so required during judicial proceedings, case related laws, when no available and applicable of all acts or laws would be consistently able to respond to question under consideration by judiciary in relevant case. अब मैं हिंदी में बताऊंगा आपको. State statute. Statutes legislated by state assembly, you know all. State legislation which are applicable to jurisdiction or to geography of that state, and then by law. Whatever laws are legislated by delegated legislatures, for example, IIA legislates, IIA operations by law, or central government ministries legislate various such bylaws, or municipalities legislate buildings, environment, health and various other bylaws, etc., etc. And then 7 is rules and regulations. Legislated rules and regulations legislated for operations of detailed functions provided or defined within statute or by laws for executive implementation whenever, whatsoever. Now, small comments I am giving. It is afraid that there could be problems on way to IIA Charter compliance by bureaucratic and other lobbies in India. Bharat for this charter gives IIA corporate members highest authority like functionaries mentioned by mandate within Constitution of India Bharat and classifies IEI as a constitutional professional body, corporate and politic. अभी मैं थोड़ा आपको हिंदी में इसको बता दूं क्योंकि जो ज़रूरी है, शायद कुछ लोग नहीं समझ पाएंगे, इंग्लिश मेरी बहुत अच्छी नहीं है तो हिंदी उससे भी ख़राब है, खैर कोई बात नहीं है। हमारे जो देश का सिस्टम कैसे काम करता है, हमारा सिस्टम काम करता है नंबर 1 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जिसको हम कहते हैं कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ भारत, इंडिया, भारत का संविधान। इसके अंदर जो भी प्रोविजंस है वो हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में आ गया। सबसे पहला देश का जो नियम है, सबसे बड़ा नियम ये है, इसको हम अधिनियम नहीं कहते हैं, इसको हम देश का नियम कहते हैं, देश का रूल कहते हैं। हमारे देश का कोई रूल और अगर है तो भारत का संविधान है। इससे पहले क्या था, इससे पहले जो भी कानून नियम हमारे देश के थे, जो ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट ने बनाए थे, वो सारे इससे पहले आते थे। उसमें जो रह गए, जो ख़त्म कर दिए गए, इनको हटा दिया गया, इनको सुधार गया। जो चल रहे हैं वो वाले नियम आज भी वो सब कहते हैं एग्जिस्टिंग लॉज में आते हैं। वो लॉ जो उस टाइम एग्जिस्टिंग थे उनकी डेफिनेशन आज भी एग्जिस्टिंग लॉज में आती है। अगर आप संविधान पढ़ेंगे तो आपको ये पता लग जाएगा कि एग्जिस्टिंग लॉ क्या होता है। उस समय जो एग्जिस्टिंग थे वो आज भी चल रहे हैं, जैसे सोसाइटीज एक्ट 1860 है, इंस्टीट्यूशन इंजीनियर्स एक्ट लॉ, ये चार्टर है, और भी बहुत सारे हैं। उस टाइम लिस्ट बनी है, आप देख लीजिएगा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में, उन सबको अडाप्टेशन में डाला है। उसके बाद क्या है, पार्लियामेंट का कानून, पार्लियामेंट द्वारा बनाए हुए, संसद द्वारा बनाए हुए अधिनियम, जिसको हम पार्लियामेंट एक्ट कहते हैं इंग्लिश में, संसद अधिनियम कहते हैं हिंदी में। वो जो भी संविधान के हिसाब से बनाए जाते हैं, जो भी वहाँ से पास किए जाते हैं राज्यसभा से, लोकसभा से और राष्ट्रपति साहब साइन करते हैं, वो सब पार्लियामेंट एक्ट कहलाते हैं। और उसके बाद क्या आते हैं, केस लॉ आते हैं। होता क्या है कि हर आदमी को अपना फैसला कराने का अधिकार है भारत के कानून, भारत के नियम के हिसाब से, संविधान के हिसाब से। अगर आपको प्रॉब्लम है, कोई दिक्कत आती है, कोई आपकी बात नहीं मानता है, आपका अधिकार मारता है, आपका कोई डिस्प्यूट हो जाता है और आप न्यायालय जाते हैं, आप फैसला करने के लिए ये मेरा व्यक्ति खराब कर रहा है, तो न्यायालय का फर्ज बनता है, उसका कर्म बनता है कि आपको पूरा न्याय दे, इंसाफ दे, फैसला दे। और उसमें वो न्यायालय के कर्म है कि सारे नियम कानून को देखे समझे, जो भी उसमें कहा गया है पिटीशन में या किसी और में, कहाँ उसका आंसर मिलता है, जजमेंट कैसे किया जाए, ये काम देखना न्यायालय का होता है, न्यायाधीशों का होता है। उसको देखने के लिए वो सारी चीज़ें देखते हैं, क्या सबूत है, क्या नहीं है, क्या साक्ष्य है, क्या नहीं है। लेकिन होता क्या है कई बार कि उनके पास भी पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं होती है कि इसका अगर उत्तर नहीं हमको मिल रहा, हम जजमेंट नहीं दे पा रहे, तो कहाँ कमी है, कोई ऐसा आंसर नियम में नहीं है कि जिसका रेफरेंस देकर हम जजमेंट दे पाएँ। तो उस केस में जब वो जज साहब देखते हैं कि नहीं हम नहीं दे पा रहे हैं, तो हाई कोर्ट के जज होते हैं और जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज होते हैं, ये उनका कर्तव्य बनता है कि किसी भी तरह से उसका न्याय मिले। वो ये नहीं कह सकते कि हमारे देश में इसका आंसर नहीं है, इसका उत्तर नहीं है। उनको न्याय देना पड़ेगा और देने के लिए उन्हें उस केस के अंदर वो नियम उस केस के लिमिट तक बनाना पड़ेगा, चाहे उसके लिए नया भी उनको लेजिस्लेट करना पड़े, वो करना पड़ेगा। और इसी को कहते हैं केस लॉ। जब वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा किया जाता है तो पूरे भारत पे लागू होता है, और जब स्टेट हाई कोर्ट द्वारा किया जाता है तो उस स्टेट में लागू होता है। उसको कहते हैं केस लॉ। मतलब इसका आंसर हमें नहीं मिला था, इस केस के लिए हम इसका ये आंसर देते हैं, और वही एक फैसला होता है, वो एक लॉ होता है, उसको कहते हैं केस लॉ। और वो जब तक चलता है, पार्लियामेंट या तो उसको मान ना ले या वो चलता रहेगा जब तक संसद उसको या नहीं मानेगी या स्टेट नहीं मानेगी। इसके बाद आता है स्टेट के कानून, राज्यों के कानून। जो आप जानते हैं स्टेट में असेंबली होती है, विधानसभाएं होती हैं, वो सब अपने अपने नियम बनाते हैं जो स्टेट लिस्ट के हिसाब से होती है, जो हमारा संविधान में स्टेट लिस्ट दिया गया उसके हिसाब से होती है। और जो कानून हमारे पार्लियामेंट में बनते हैं, लोकसभा राज्यसभा बनते हैं, वो होते हैं जो हमारे यूनियन लिस्ट के लिए होते हैं, उसके हिसाब से बनते हैं, और कॉन्करेंट में भी वो बना सकते हैं। तो ये है हमारा स्टेट का स्टैट्यूट। इसके बाद हम आगे आते हैं बाई लॉज। बाई लॉज भी एक नियम होता है, जिसको भी कानून कहा जाता है। उसको कहते हैं ऐसे कुछ नियम, ऐसे कुछ कानून, ऐसे आप कह सकते हैं, हिंदी में मैं क्या बताऊं, ऐसे प्रोविजंस जो हमारे मेन लॉ में नहीं हैं, किसी भी एक्ट में नहीं हैं, या ऐसे स्पेशल हैं जो कि हमारे ये लोकसभा के मेंबर या राज्यसभा के मेंबर या हमारे लॉ मेकर्स जिनको हम कहते हैं, ये उस चीज़ की इतना गहरी नॉलेज नहीं रखते हैं, जहाँ स्पेशलिस्ट की विशेषज्ञताओं की ज़रूरत होती है। तो वो काम हम ऐसे देते हैं हमारे देश में कि एक बायला के रूप में बनाया जाता है। बायला का मतलब होता है डेलीगेटेड लेजिस्लेचर, मीन्स हमने आपको अधिकार दे दिया, आप इस पे नियम बनाइए और फिर हम देखेंगे। उसको कहते हैं बायला। लॉ के अंदर सेकेंडरी पर्पस के लिए, डिटेल्स के लिए बायला बनाया जाता है, उपनियम, और वो स्पेशलिस्ट बनाते हैं, उसमें लॉ मेकर नहीं होते हैं। थोड़ा इतना फ़र्क है। और उन्हीं बायलॉज के बाद अब आप ये देखिए एक तरह से कि डेलीगेटेड लेजिस्लेचर हमने इसको बोला, जैसा कि हर मिनिस्ट्री बाइला बनाती है किसी भी विषय के बारे में, केंद्र सरकार बनाती है या जो भी बनाता है, म्यूनिसिपैलिटी बनाती है या स्टेट बनाती है, मिनिस्ट्रीज बनाती हैं, वो सब बाइला होते हैं। और उस बाइलास के बाद होते हैं रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस, और उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए, फर्दर आगे बढ़ाने के लिए रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस तैयार किए जाते हैं। वो भी नियम होते हैं उसी लेवल के जिस लेवल के बाकी नियम होते हैं। तो ये लीगल हायरार्ची मैंने आपको समझाने के लिए बताई है, तो आपको समझ लेना चाहिए। नंबर 1 इज़ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन भारत का संविधान। नंबर 2 इज़ प्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लॉस, संविधान से पहले के 1947 से पहले के जो कानून चलते आ रहे हैं, जो ख़त्म नहीं किए गए हैं, उनको कहते हैं प्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लॉ और एग्जिस्टिंग लॉ। और पार्लियामेंट स्टैट्यूट, पार्लियामेंट के द्वारा पास किए गए कानून और संसद के द्वारा किया। फिर केस लॉ आ जाते हैं, जैसे मैंने बताया, कोर्ट्स करते हैं कुछ केसेस में जब उनके पास उत्तर नहीं होता है। और फिर स्टेट के लॉज हमारे विधानसभाओं द्वारा बनाए हुए, उसके बाद बाई लॉज और फिर रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन। ये हमारा मेन सिस्टम है, मेन सिस्टम है, जनरल सिस्टम है हमारे देश का। ऐसा हमारा देश का आज की तारीख में ऐसा है, और ये आपको पता होना चाहिए, क्योंकि इन बातों की ज़रूरत पड़ती रहती है। और ख़ास तौर से इन पर्टिकुलरली इन आवर फील्ड ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स इंजीनियरिंग एंड ऑल दैट, we are often come abreast of all such titles and such references in our contracts somewhere else, or when disputes come in, whenever there's evolution of disputes in our field, we have to face all these. So this is very important point that we have to understand this mechanism first, and that is the reason I explained to you, because you must know background first. What is charter? I'm talking of charter. What is constitution? I'm talking constitution. What is law? What is this and what is that? Because I also talked about contract for the last 2 days. I talked yesterday and before yesterday about what contract is, what Indian contract is, how it works, what is definitions there. All that come into our picture, and because of that involvement, we are responsible in engineering, and we deal with many people, many all. So that's what I'm saying here. Now I'll go further on this, and that is II Charter in force. Now I'm just showing this. What is this II Charter in force? II Charter in force. Now, but fact remains that until II Charter is either abrogated or repealed by Indian Parliament, it has to continuously remain in force as duly empowered. It is irrespective of its virtue of an official derogation by some ignorant powers, authorities in India. Bharat, I repeat, but fact remains that until Institution of Engineers India Charter is either abrogated or repealed by Indian Parliament, it has to continuously remain in force as duly empowered it is, irrespective of its virtual unofficial derogation by some ignorant powers, authorities in India. Bharat, जब तक भी आप चाहेंगे ये चलेगा, आपके चाहने से नहीं, जब तक ये चलेगा तब तक चलेगा। सच्चाई तो यही है, वास्तविकता तो यही है कि II का जो चार्टर है, जो राजपत्र है, वो आज भी है और ये रहेगा जब तक कि इसको पार्लियामेंट भारत की हटाती नहीं, संसद हटाती नहीं, और ये ऐसे ही चलेगा। आप कुछ भी करते रहिए, और जब आप कुछ भी समझते रहिए कि है या नहीं है, आप खिल्ली उड़ाइए, आप कुछ भी कीजिए, और जिनको पता नहीं है उसके बारे में कुछ भी बोलते रहे, आपके बोलने से, नहीं बोलने से कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। जब तक ये जिंदा है तब तक जिंदा है, और जब तक जिंदा है तब तक रहेगा। आप उसको कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे, या आपके बोलने से कुछ नहीं होगा। उसके बाद नाउ क्लैरिफिकेशन पर्टिनेंट लीगली और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली, पर क्लैरिफिकेशन pertinent legality or constitutionality. Now, for further clarifications pertinent legally or constitutionally empowered in on charters, it's preferable to study contents and meaning of what had been intentions of royal prerogative to initiate and grant charters for certain objectives. I repeat, clarification, pertinent legality और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिटी। कुछ मैं आपको बातें बताने जा रहा हूँ जो इसके बारे में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है और कानून के हिसाब से हैं। इसमें अब मैं देखो, अभी हिंदी में मैं इसमें नहीं बता पाऊँगा जो आप सोच रहे हैं। वेल, फॉर फर्दर क्लैरिफिकेशन पर्टिनेंट लीगलिटीज एंड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिटी empowered in on charters, it is preferable to study contents and meaning of what had been intentions of royal prerogative to initiate and grant charters for certain objectives. Royal charter to Portsmouth had been granted in 1106. I am just giving a little historical background, that's why I am saying. Listen carefully, please. Attend yourself here. For further clarification, pertinent legality and constitutionality empowered in on charters, it is preferable to study contents and meaning of what had been intentions of royal prerogative to initiate or grant charters for certain objectives. This is number one. Number two, royal charter to Portsmouth had been granted in 1106 by King Henry I, while it had been granted in all 24 numbers charters. Number three, first officially acknowledged royal charter was granted by King Richard I on 2nd May 1194. During his stay in Portsmouth, prior to him leaving to fight in Normandy. It's Portsmouth. This charter confirms on town and number of rights enjoyed by free boroughs means cities, but without actually granting town complete autonomy. Number 5 is royal charters granted by sovereign on advice of Privy Council have a history dating back to 13th century. 6. Their original purpose was to create public or private corporations including towns and cities, and to define their privileges and purpose. 7. Nowadays, though charters are still occasionally granted to cities, new charters are normally reserved for bodies that work in public interest, such as professional institutions and charities, and which can demonstrate preeminence, stability, and permanence in their particular field. Many old universities in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland are also chartered bodies. East India Company. Royal Charter was granted to East India Company in year 1600 to do merchandise and rule India Bharat. Ministry of Law Government of India had been granted Royal Charter in year 1833. A charter is simply a document which records a public act, particularly record of a gift or grant. Now, before going to English history, I'll repeat this because this is very important. Maybe you're not clear of that. No problem then. People unnecessary call, Welcome, Mr. Gulam Jilani, good morning, and I'll continue with that. Okay. So, I just repeated clearly for your legality and constitution. Number 1 was for further clarification, pertinent legally or constitutionality empowered in one charter. It's preferable to study contents and meaning of what had been intentions of royal prerogative to initiate and grant charters for certain objectives. Just for reference, I am saying royal charter to Portsmouth had been granted in 1106. You say 1106, and how many years before? By King Henry I, while it had been granted in all 24 charters. And first officially acknowledged royal charter was granted by King Richard I on 2nd May 1194. So history of that during his stay in Portsmouth prior to him leaving to fight in Normandy. So this is what I am saying. Now let's go further on this, and that is actually English history is brief one. I am just talking not for them. In English history, charters are associated with delegation of authority and were used by medieval kings and their descendants to give some powers of self-rule to urban communities. Suraj, apne aap raj karo. In English, charters are associated with delegation of authority and were used by medieval kings and their descendants to give some powers of self-rule to urban communities. Contents were determined by a combination of tradition, customs, and current practice. They were written to offer aspirations of town people to ruling monarchs for approval and were often based around previous charters granted to other towns. Then British East India Company. British East India Company. In 1600, Queen chartered British East India Company. In 1600, British East India Company was chartered. Now, between 1601 and 1613, you may say 13 years or 12 years, merchants of East India Company took merchants of East India Company took 12 voyages to India, 12 voyages. And in 1609, William Hawkins arrived at court of Jahangir. In 1609, William Hawkins arrived at court of Jahangir, Akbar's successor, to seek permission to establish a British presence in India. Hawkins was rebuffed by Jahangir, but Sir Thomas Roe, who presented himself before Mughal Emperor in 1617, was rather more successful. 2 years later, Roe gained Jahangir's permission to build a British factory in Surat, and in 1639 this was followed by founding of Fort St. George, Madras. Despite some setbacks such as company's utter humiliation at hands of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb, with whom company went to war between 1688 to 91, company never really looked back. Just think again what I'm saying. In 1600, British East India Company was chartered, and between 1601 to 13, merchants of East India Company took 12 voyages to our country, India, and in 1609, William Hawkins arrived at court of Jahangir, Akbar's successor, to seek permission to establish a British presence in India. Hawkins was rebuffed by Jahangir, but Sir Thomas Roe, who presented himself before Mughal Emperor in 1617, was rather more successful. 2 years later, Roe gained Jahangir's permission to build a British factory in Surat, and in 1639 this was followed by founding of Fort St. George, Madras. Despite some setbacks such as company's utter humiliation at hands of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb, with whom company went to war between 1688 to 91, company never really looked back. As charter indicates, hereinafter East India Company was both empowered to trade and to govern. The see beauty here. As charter indicates, charter means charter of 1600 East India Company. It indicates hereinafter East India Company was both empowered to trade and to govern. As Mughal dynasty weakened, East India Company became more and more de facto government of India, a condition that persisted into 19th century. As Mughal dynasty weakened, East India Company became more and more de facto government of India, a condition that persisted into 19th century. Now, extracts of charter granted by Queen Elizabeth to East India Company descends 31 December 1600 follow. Part 1, I'm just giving certain excerpts from East India Company 31st December 1600 Charter, and this is just for information, nothing to do with the Royal Charter of Institution of Engineers, because I just intend you first understand what charter is all about, then we will discuss merits and demerits of that, because without discussion, without having clear conception, which actually our engineering community is lacking, I want to help all those just to understand based on my a lot of search work on this. I just collect all information. And I think this information will be useful to all. Welcome, Mr. Mohammed Fad. Good morning. And if I can understand that, I can understand this and that. And that's where, let me see where it is. Okay. So seal on top and says the seal of East India Company. Elizabeth, by grace of God, Queen of England, France and Ireland. Elizabeth, by grace of God, Queen of England, France and Ireland, defender of faith, and to all our officers, ministers and subjects, and to all other people as well, within this our realm of England as elsewhere, under our obedience and jurisdiction, or otherwise, unto whom these our latest patent shall be seen, shown, or read greetings. What says this? In those 1600, you see, it is 31st December 1600, and Queen Elizabeth issues orders to East India Company as follows. Elizabeth, by grace of God, Queen of England, France and Ireland, defender of faith, to all our officers, ministers and subjects, and to all other people as well, within this our realm of England as elsewhere, under our obedience and jurisdiction, or otherwise, unto whom these our latest patent shall be seen, shown, or read greetings. Now, part 2. Excerpts of charter granted by Queen Elizabeth to East India Company, December 31, 600 continues now. Whereas our most dear and loving cousin George, whereas our most dear and loving cousin George, Earl of Cumberland, and our well-beloved subjects Sir John Hart of London, and others, here follow 214 other names which are omitted for brevity. Okay, have of our certain knowledge been petitioners unto us for our royal assent and license to be granted unto them, that they at their own adventures, costs and charges as well, for honor of this our realm of England, as for increase of our navigation and advancement of trade of merchandise within our said realms and dominions of same, might adventure and set forth one or more voyages with convenient number of ships and pinnacles by way of traffic and merchandise to East Indies in countries and parts of Asia and Africa, and to as many of islands, ports and cities, towns and places thereabouts, as were where trade and traffic may by all likelihood be discovered, established or had, diverse of which countries and many of islands, cities and ports thereof have long since been discovered by others of our subjects, albeit not frequented in trade of merchandise. Part 3. Now, part 3, this is, where is our most dear? Know ye therefore that we greatly tendering honor of our nation, wealth of our people, and encouragement of them and others of our loving subjects on their good enterprises for increase of our navigation and advancement of our lawful traffic to benefit of our commonwealth, have to have of our special grace certain knowledge and mere motion given and granted, and by these presents for us our heirs and successors do give and grant unto our said loving subjects before in these presents expressly named, that they and every of them from henceforth be and shall be one body corporate and politic, indeed and in name by name of Governor and Company of Merchants of London, trading into East Indies, and them by name of Governor and Company of Merchants of London, trading to East Indies, one body corporate and politic, indeed and in name, really and fully for us, our heirs and successors, we do order, make, ordain, constitute, establish, and declare by these presents, and that by some name of Governor and Company of Merchants of London, trading into East Indies, they shall have succession, and that they and their successors by name of Governor and Company of Merchants of London, trading into East Indies, be and shall be all time hereafter persons able and capable in law, and a body corporate and politic, and capable in law to have, purchase, receive, possess, enjoy, and retain lands, rents, privileges, liberties, jurisdictions, franchises, and hereditaments of whatsoever kind, nature, and quality soever they be, to them and their successors, and also to give, grant, demise, alien, assign, and dispose lands, testaments, tenements, and hereditaments, and to do and execute all and singular other things by same name, that to who them shall or may appertain to do, and that they and their successors by name of Governor and Company, Merchants of London, trading into East Indies, may plead and be impleaded, answer and be answered, defend and be defended in whatsoever courts and places, and before whatsoever judges and justices, and other persons and officers, in all and singular actions, pleas, suits, quarrels, causes, and demands whatsoever, of whatsoever kind, nature or sort, in such a manner and form as any other our league people of this realm of England, being persons able and capable in law, may or can have, purchase, receive, possess, enjoy, retain, give, grant, demise, alien, assign, dispose, plead and be pleaded, answer and be answered, defend and be defended, release and be released, do, permit and execute, and that also it shall and may be lawful to and for them, or more part of them, being so assembled, and that shall then and there be present in any such place or place whereof governor or his deputy for time being to be one, to make, ordain and constitute such and so many reasonable laws, constitutions, orders and ordinances as to them or greater part of them being then and there present shall seem necessary and convenient for good government of same company and of all factors, masters, mariners, and other officers employed or to be employed in any of their voyages, and for better advancement and continuance of said trade and traffic, and same laws, constitutions, orders, and ordinances so made to put in use and execute accordingly, and at their pleasure to revoke or allot same or any of them as occasion shall require, and that said governor and company so often as they shall make, ordain, or establish any such laws, constitutions, orders, or ordinances in form of aforesaid shall and may lawfully impose, ordain, limit, and provide such pains, punishments, and penalties by imprisonment of body or by fines or amerciaments or by all or any of them upon and against all offenders contrary to such laws, constitutions, orders, and ordinances or any of them as to said governor and company for time being, or greater part of them then and there being present. Said governor or his deputy being always one shall seem necessary, requisite, and convenient for observation of same laws, constitutions, orders, and ordinances, and same fine and impediment, same fine and merciment shall and may levy, take, or have to use of said governor and company and their successors without impediment of us, our heirs or successors, or of any of officers or ministers of us, our heirs or successors, and without any account thereof, to us, our heirs or successors, to be rendered or made all and singular which laws, constitutions, orders, and ordinances so as aforesaid to be made, we shall to be fully observed and kept under pain and penalties therein to be and not contrary or repugnant to laws, statutes, or customs of this our realm. This is reference given by Mukherjee Panchandas, ED, Indian Constitutional Documents, 1600 to 1918, Volume 1, Calcutta, Thacker, Spink and Company, 1980, 120. This is a reference from that. Then Ministry of Law and Justice. This was just a quote from somewhere, very long quote. It was important for East India Company, Governors and Company. So this is now what is Ministry of Law and Justice? Now let's say Ministry of Law and Justice is oldest limb of government of this country, Bharat, India, dating back to 1833, when Charter Act 1833 enacted by British Parliament. This said act vested for first time legislative power in single authority, namely government Governor General in Council. By virtue of this authority and authority vested under him under Section 22 of Indian Council Act 1861, Indian Councils Act 1861, Governor General in Council enacted laws for country from 1834 to 1920. After commencement of Government of India Act 1919, legislative powers was exercised by Indian legislature constituted thereunder. Government of India Act 1919 was followed by Government of India Act 1935. With passing of Indian Independence Act 1947, India became a dominion and dominion legislature made laws from 1947 to 1949. Under provisions of Section 100 of Government of India Act 1935 as adopted by India Provisional Constitutional Orders 1947. Under Constitution of India which came into force on 26 January 1950, legislative powers invested in Parliament. Now, Royal Charter, let's say part what it is. It's certain explanation about that. Term charter can be used with a very specific meaning or a more general one. Some books use them charter for any form of written legal document. In a strict definition, a charter is an official grant, particularly of power, authority, land by sovereign. Under this definition, royal diplomas of monarchs on continent of Europe and papal bulls may also be charters. In an English context, royal charters were first form of legal documentation. They were utilized by Anglo-Saxon kings and proliferated under Normans as monastic institutions and members of aristocracy scrambled to assert their rights over bits of territory under new dispensation. Charter form was later used by aristocrats and others of means in relation to donations to religious institutions or to publicly ratify business arrangements. Monasteries and other religious institutions were generally engaged in economically non-productive activities in course of their devotional duties. They relied on income generated from farms and other lands to maintain their large communities and support their program of building. Grants of land which allowed them to exercise lordship over rural communities and associated privileges were jealously guarded. New grants of royal charters are these days reserved for eminent professional bodies or charities. New grants of charters are these days reserved for eminent professional bodies or charities which have a solid record of achievement and are financially sound. In case of professional bodies, they should represent a field of activity which is unique and not covered by other professional bodies. At least 70% of corporate members should be qualified to first degree level standard. Finally, both in case of charities and professional bodies, incorporation by charter should be in public interest. This last consideration is important, since once incorporated by royal charter, a body surrenders significant aspects of control of its internal affairs to Privy Council. Amendments to charters can be made only with agreement of Queen and Council, and amendments to bodies by laws require approval of Council through not normally office of Her Majesty. This effectively means a significant degree of government regulation of affairs of body and Privy Council will therefore wish to be satisfied that such regulation accords with public policy. Now presentation documents have been placed. Okay, now this was actually this was actually presentation to you regarding Royal Charter history. I'll just show you this in your. I have this on my mobile. I just like to present to you this, just so that you know what I'm talking about. I have just talked to you now, but talking is not enough actually. You must be given reference correctly. That's very important point. And I believe in free talk. I don't believe in anything that is hidden. Hidden is not believable. So I think it is that file. IA presentation with various old charters. So old charters, I'm just showing you old charters now. So let me show you what I talk to you here. This is very important for you to understand. Okay, so this is the one first of all. Just now, I'm just showing you. Already I have talked to you. This is first page, first slide. You can see yourself what is this Royal Charter, a brief information and deliberation. And this is Royal Charters संक्षिप्त सूचना तथा विचार विनिमय, constitutional documents. And if I go to next one, so it's page 2 of slide 2. Description is given there. I already spoke about this same language. I actually tried to put it on script, but there's some problem. Maybe this there, I don't remember exactly. It's very old document, so maybe you try. I'll try another. So it is number 3. Now, what is a charter? It's given what the charter is a record of public, act delegating rights and privileges to recipients in form of public declaration and not addressed to recipient but notified to public. So I'm just showing one by one. All this I already heard. And then what is legal status? That's what I'm trying to 4th of 24. 4th slide 4 of 24. And then this is the 5th of 24. Order in Privy Council and order by Privy Council. Order in Privy Council is constitution in full, and order by Privy Council is statutory, or you can say statute has been by Privy Council, while order in council is primary statute. Then 6th of 24, meaning of charter. Meaning of charter. According to charter definition, it means a public document and an authority delegated by sovereign or parliament to concerned body or persons, conferring various rights and privileges on all such persons. Then 7 of 24, it is chartered bodies. What are chartered bodies? Chartered body, in our regards, professional body having a strength of 5,000 and more, 75% must have first degree, financially sound. This is eligibility of professional bodies. Alright, then II charter, it is in our case it's Royal Charter, and who has granted this, all details are there, Privy Council and Privy Ordering Council and Privy Council, all that is given here. It's public act, it means public only, it's not private act, it's public document. Light problem. Constitutional order, statutory advice and constitutional document. So this is that one. And then 9 of 24, Public Act. Public Act in India, there is only one Public Act, that is Constitution of India, Bharat. As I explained to you, this was resolved by people of India, Bharat, and people of India, Bharat, and Indian authority know that. Then II Charter. II Charter is deemed part of Constitution. Is a deemed part of Constitution of this country. Deemed, I say, that engineers should accept and plead in first place all such which makes engineers enjoy constitutional status as corporate members. II Chartered Engineer status, Chartered Engineer India status. And surprise about II Charter is another slide. Surprise about II Charter: missing evaluation and reference. It's really not understandable about what was this document. Had been condoned for many years from general public observance and awareness. It's really surprising about II Charters missing evaluation and reference. It is 11 of 24. I'm going to 12 of 24. So 12 of 24, this is maybe you are unable to read that, but 12 of 24 it is. I have already read it to you. This is laws, liberty, and this actually constitutional arrangement. We have our law, constitutional, then it's a pre-constitution, and then Parliament Act and State Act and case laws and all that. I go to 1324. It says 13. It's little, yeah, it's okay. Yes. II Charter in force, but fact remains that until II Charter is either abrogated or repealed by Indian Parliament, it has to continuously, I'll say, I think I blown this one, so let me bring it down. I could not read because it was blown. Look it down again. This happens. Oh, come on. Yes, it's okay. It's okay now. Yeah. II Charter is in force, but fact remains that until II Charter is either abrogated or repealed by Indian Parliament, it has to continuously remain in force as duly empowered is irrespective of its virtual unofficial derogation by some ignorant, powerful powers authorities in India, Bharat. Now, 13, 14, 24, clarification pertinent to legality and constitutionality. I think it's rain outside. No problem, what I do. Oh my God, heavy rain, I think. This is clarification about this. You may not be able to read on this, but I have already spoken to you, and I have already spoken to you. This is about for further clarification pertinent legality of or constitutionality empowered in on charters. It is preferable to study contents and meaning of what had been intention of royal prerogative to initiate and grant charters for certain objectives. Royal Charter to propose Portsmouth had been granted in 11 this is that I going to you. Now 1524 East India Company, it's about that. About East India Company. Means just for reference I'm telling you, you can read that, you can just search on Google to find East India Company Charter, you'll find that. I'm just giving a reference of that in this. Though it doesn't directly, just for information what charter is all about. It was given on 1600 to East India Company, so called governors and companies, it's called. So it's in East India Company, it's Ministry of Law, it's charter, English history, all that is there. Again you can read that. Simply clarification of that. And now go to 16 of 24 British East India Company, there's reference to that. And here, what it was given, how it was given. Then come on to excerpts from that charter. I've taken references from someone, excerpts from charter. I've taken what purpose it was, what objective of this company was, that is granted to this, and what was that. These are latest patent, which I will talk now later on. Part 2 is this. This is part 2 of this same. This is East India Company, or you can say this was called granted to them, royal assent is granted to them, charter quit elevate to East India Company. This is that charter. I mean, you can search and find, because I cannot read all this very unclear, and I have already spoken to you. I have already spoken to you all that. So it's this one only. And then you go to 1924, and that is Governor and Company of Merchants. Governor Company of Merchants, the same East India Company. And this 2024 continuation of same charter, same excerpts, just for information. And then it is ministry, our references are there, what we had. What is that? Yes, Ministry of Law Sector, this is in this 21 of 24. Means we have ministry, law ministry, which was given in 1833, and like that, it's given. It's ministry, and that was Ministry of Law, and Government of India Act 1919, and Government of India Act 1935, and this was all given in that. Means just for reference, I'm just trying to inform you where our charters are applicable. And now we'll go to 22 or 24, Royal Charts Part 1, further explanation of charter, and this is all taken from records on. You may not be able to read this, but I have already spoken to you. So 23 or 24, Royal Charter Part 2. I'll try to put this on script. I'll check if it's there. I'll put the URL here, and then this is presentation, and this is Jai Bharat. I put this document on Dropbox, but I'm not sure it's there. No problem at all. Now I'll go to another presentation, and that is I presented latest patent, and then I'll show you on this card. Let me now close it and go to latest patent presentations, which is also very important from professional viewpoint. Latest patent. Now this I'll close because this has been done, and this is latest present. Let me close this file first of all. So this file is closed. Royal chart of information. Now latest patent. This file is latest patent. This is having about I don't know how many 12 slides. So why I'm talking it. Latest patent file name is presentation latest patent Royal Charters 1860. Now what latest patent based High Courts Charter 1862, Bombay High Court, Calcutta High Court, Madras High Court, Constitution of India, Bharat, Constitution of India, etc. recognizes these courts continuity post 1947. These are letters patent, means letters, as I said, letters patent, open letters based High Courts Charter 1862. Let me take some more water before my throat dries out, and I want to keep my throat lubricated better. Otherwise, I'll find a speech problem. Yes, 5:30. Okay. So latest patent based High Court Charter 1862, Bombay High Court, Calcutta High Court, Madras High Court, and then we can say latest patent. A definition. Latest patent, LETTER's letters, PATENT, patent. Letters patent are a type of legal instrument in form of a published written order issued by a monarch or president, generally granting an office, right, that's monopoly, title or status to a person or corporation. They are so named from Latin word patio, P-A-T-E-O, patio, that's the Latin word patio, to lie open, exposed, accessible, that's called patio, Latin word to lie open, staying open. Originator seal was attached pendant from document, so that it did not have to be broken in order for document to be read. So now latest patent definition continued. They are called letters, letters, plural, from their Latin name litterae patentes, used by medieval and later scribes. Later scribes, used by medieval and later scribes. When documents were written in Latin, in ancient sense of a collection of letters of alphabets, arranged to be read rather than in modern sense of an epistle or item of correspondence, thus no singular form exists. Latest patent definition continue now. Latest patent can be used for creation of corporations or government offices, or for granting of city status or coats of arms. A particular form of lattice patent has evolved into modern utility or design patent granting exclusive rights in an invention. Clearly, in this case, it is essential that written grant should be in form of a public document so other inventors can consult it to avoid infringement. Now, opposite to latest patent, this is talking of latest patent. Now, opposite to that, opposite of letters patent are letters clause. Latin literae clausi, which are personal in nature and sealed so that only recipient can read their contents. Letters patent are thus comparable to other kinds of open letters in that their audience is wide. It's not clear how contents of letters patent became widely published before collection by addressee, for example, whether they were left after sealing by king for inspection during a certain period by courtiers in a royal palace who would disseminate contents back to gentry in shires through normal conversation and social intercourse. Clearly, some such mechanisms was essential. Today, for example, it's a convention for British Prime Minister to announce that he has left a document he wishes to enter public domain in library or House of Commons where it may be freely perused by all MPs. Now, Indians' three high courts have been royal chartered 1862. Latest patent, actually not royal charter, latest patented. Now, British India's three presidency towns of Madras, Chennai, Bombay, Mumbai, and Calcutta were each granted a high court by letters patent dated 26 June 1862. Letters patent were issued by Queen Victoria under authority of British Parliament's Indian High Courts Act 1861. These three courts remain unique in modern India, having been established under British Royal Charter. This is in contrast with countries' other high courts which have been directly established under Indian legislation. However, Constitution of India recognizes status of older courts. Madras High Court was formed by merging Supreme Court of Judicature, also Royal Charter, at Madras and Sadar Devani Adaullah. Court was required to decide cases in accordance with justice, equity, and good conscience. Earliest judge of High Court included Judge Holloway, Innes, and Morgan. First Indian to sit as a judge. First Indian to sit as a judge of High Court was Justice T. Muthuswamy Iyer. Other early Indian judges included Justices Krishna Swamy Iyer and P.R. Sundaram Iyer. Madras High Court was a pioneer in original site jurisdiction reform in favor of Indian petitioners as early as 1870. Madras High Court's history means that decisions of British Judicial Committee or Privy Council are still binding on it, provided that a ratio of case has not been overruled by Supreme Court of India. Although name of city was changed from Madras to Chennai in 1996, court as an institution did not follow suit and has renamed Madras High Court. Now what is this? Some speeches. Speech by President of India, Shri Pranab Mukherjee at Sequencennial celebration of Calcutta High Court. Calcutta, 20 January 2013. It gives me pleasure, it gives me great pleasure to be in Kolkata today for closing ceremony of sesquicentennial celebration of High Court of Calcutta. It should be recalled that unlike other high courts in country, Honorable Supreme Court, three presidency high courts at Calcutta and what we then Bombay and Madras were not brought into existence by Constitution of India or even any act of legislature. Three presidency high courts, including High Court at Calcutta, were brought into existence by royal charters, a letters patent issued by Queen under her sign manual and privy seal as authorized by High Courts Act 1861, a colonial legislation. Letters patent gave High Courts, including High Court at Calcutta, same power as High Court in England had at that time. It therefore could do equity and issue writs, including those that we have become familiar with under Article 226 of Constitution of India. There were only one limitation before 1950, that they could not extend to revenue matters. High Court could even issue mandatory orders and preventive injunctions as specific reliefs in proper constituted suit against government. It could and often did adjudicate between man and on concepts and on social ills that have had a wide-ranging impact. Now, a speech by President of India, Shri Pranab Mukherjee, at inaugural ceremony of 27th Indian Engineering Congress, Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi, 14 December 2012. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a privilege for me to be present here on occasion of inaugural program of 27th Indian Engineering Congress. Indian Engineering Congress is organized by Institution of Engineers India. The Institution of Engineers India was formed in 1920 and responds to a felt need for an institution that would serve cause of advancement of engineering and technology in India. In 1935, King George V accorded it royal charter, and since then engineers attached to these institutions are known as chartered engineers. Prior to All India Council of Technical Education, AICTE, being given statutory powers in 1987, prior to All India Council of Technical Education, AICTE, being given statutory powers in 1987 of regulating engineering and technical education in country. Prior to All India Council of Technical Education, AICTE being given statutory powers in 1987 of regulating engineering and technical education in country, Institution of Engineers performed this task under Royal Charter. AME examination equivalent degree course in engineering was also initiated by institution as early as 1928 for in-service technical professionals wanting to pursue further studies and acquire an engineering degree while continuing with their existing professions. Ladies and gentlemen, during next 3 days of this Congress, there shall be substantive discussions on many facets of engineering based on central theme, engineering for sustainable development and inclusive growth. Scientific and technical community shall eagerly await results of these deliberations, and I am sure these shall is long way in enabling movement towards government's vision of fostering inclusive growth. No, law. This was just reference of law. I mean, the word law actually in this. Just a brief of that. So I think law, and that is law is a term which does not have a universally accepted definition. But one definition is that law is a system of rules and regulations, guidelines, which are enforced through social institutions to govern behavior of. Laws can be made by legislatures through legislation, resulting in statutes, and executive through decrees and regulations, and the judges through binding precedents, normally in common law jurisdiction case laws. Private individuals can create legally binding contracts, including in some jurisdictions arbitration agreements that excludes normal court proceedings. Then what's that? Wait a minute. Judges through binding precedents, normally in common law jurisdiction case laws, and private individuals can create legally binding contracts, including in some jurisdictions arbitration agreements that excludes normal court process. Formation of laws themselves may be influenced by a constitution, written or unwritten, and rights encoded therein. Law shape, and then politics, economics, and society in various, and there is then you can say formation of laws themselves. Sorry, private individuals can create legally binding contracts, including in some jurisdictions arbitration agreements that excludes normal court process. Formation of laws themselves may be influenced by constitution, written or unwritten, and rights encoded therein. Law shapes profile politics, economics, and society in various ways, and serve as a social mediator of relations between people. Now, I think this is over. I'll show you this presentation of latest patent here, which is also very important for you to understand what I'm talking of. Latest patent. So I'll open this again for you. So let us see. So this is latest patents. You can see what I am showing to you. This is latest patent here. And then I'll go to definition of that. Let's see that. Then definition of latest patent here. Now go to slide 3, latest patent. What is latest patent actually? Start symbol. Latest patent. This is called latest patent plural. Their Latin name, latest patent, to show. Not even so this is the argument. Okay, then I'll go to next slide. This is 4 of 12. I'll take then 5 of 12 open letters, opponent or opposition of letters patent is closed letters. I'll take them to 6 of 12 high court 7 12 chartered. High court 12 chartered, let's say one that's and then go to 8 12. This is another one. After that is 9 12 as father and speech of Telangana. Just for reference now. And then this is then it's 11 12. And that is 12 12. And after that it is end of this. So this was latest patent actually. Alright. Then I'll go to representation. Now I'll close this file because this file has done its job. So I'll close this file right to keep on now. Now important point is for which you are all here, as I give reference of Muhammad Farooq, how I've done this. I didn't expect people to take interest in this. I expected people to take, but see, they're lazy and they don't know that. Well, no problem. My job I'm doing, it's up to them whether or not they're taking any interest in this. If engineers in this country are not that interested and responsible, no one can help this country, and that's what I'm saying. Purpose, as I demonstrated two slides. These are only backgrounds. Background means something which we do not know, we have to find. I was interested, I tried to get information from various sources and tried to conclude in that. And also linking to constitution of this country, which is main document. Every document comes under that document. Every law comes under that. Everybody comes under that. Everyone is bound to respond to Constitution of India and to be a part of Constitution of India. In fact, there was no engineering during British design. Yes, there was engineering only for them. They never even had a conception our people should study. Our people should, their only study was to some extent, it's very, very limited. Even we don't have adequate study for lawyers, and they used to go to overseas to study. We are not having any privilege as citizens of this country. We actually are not citizens, just public and Praja, we call Raja and Praja. What I shall like to submit to you and to alert to you, alert to you that particularly to engineers, first of all, stop thinking with each other as counters and counterparts. You are engineers, and nation depends on you. Nations looks to you for development, and if you do not come to that step where nation looks at to you, you in fact cause harm to nation. That harm is not good. We should not cause harm to nation. I think you can call. Okay. We should not cause nation. We should not cause harm to nation. We study engineering, we go to do diploma, to degree, then post-graduation and doctorate. That's okay. That's part of education. That's a part of education. Some go to IIT, some go to regional colleges, some go to other colleges, some used to go to Institution of Engineers, some go to do BSc Engineering, all that. That's okay, that's part of education. Nobody minds that. The question arises, is education of engineering adequate for purpose of working in field? That's a big question mark. As an engineer, you cannot stick to one book, you cannot stick to one subject. In every engineering there are many books, many subjects, and even then we cannot study those in 5 years or 4 years. When I was young, I was doing engineering, it was 5 years syllabus. Later on it is reduced to 4, what is in this one. Now engineering education is only exclusive education that continues whole life. I saw formal education. Informal one means practical education, learning in field of engineering, whether it is a design field, it's an execution field, or it is support field. Wherever you work, you have to work whole life. Now first, I would like to say that I am talking of Institution of Engineers, and you may be thinking differently. Don't think differently, because I am part as you are. I am Bharatvasi as you are. I am no different. Very small ordinary person, citizen. So you are. There are so many bodies in this country, so many institutions in this country, and every country does have. We have constitution, institutions are defined in that. Where authorities are defined in that. We had nothing, so we were given some institution in long back. In 1920 we had nothing, so we were given institution. Question at the time was how to industrialize our nation, how to industrialize this country, which were under British that time, was a colony of British. So it happened. There was an application, petition moved by some of our members, top members of that time, president of that time in 1935. We moved some petition, and that petition was granted by that king of that time, and that is called Grant of Royal Charter of Incorporation. So we got that application cleared, that prayer made to King, His Majesty George V, and that application or that petition was based on result or report submitted by certain industrial commission, which was constitution certain, I think 1916 or 18, I don't exactly remember it, what report. So it reported that we should have an institution to hallmark or to start industrialization in Bharat, India. that Industrial Commission reported based on government proposal, government request. So based on that, Institution of Engineers came into being as company under Companies Act. Later on, these were granted based on their record, based on their efficiency, based on their competency. As I said, competency required for chartered bodies was that you should have so many 5,000 members, you should be financially competent, 75% of members must have at least first degree, if not all, and financially government will help you. You should have a track record, and based on those competencies, our institution was granted Royal Charter status. Royal Charter, when we say, as I explained to you before also, this is based on Royal Prerogative, and there are 2 points in that. One is order in council and other is order by Privy Council. This is order in council as well as order by Privy Council, a statutory order. As Privy Council advised that this charter be granted to Institution of Engineers India, and that was granted in council by His Majesty King George V. So in council means this is primary law. When you say in council or in council is primary law, this relates to non-statute. This does not relate to any statute when it is called order in council under advice by Privy Council as statutory advice. Privy Council advice, that is statutory advice, constitutes a statutory advice, and order in council means primary law. So order in council is something and privacy statutory power is something else. Order in council means it's like charter, means like constitution. Our constitution, what we say constitution? Constitution means charter, legal rights, written rights, formal rights. Charter, when we say constitution, it's nothing but a charter. What is our constitution? It's a book. If you have seen this or not seen this book, or you can see on internet, there's a charter or there's a Constitution of India. Constitution of India, which has replaced Government of India Act 1935. This Constitution of India gives a kind of sequential chapters, a kind of sequential management, like what is preamble, like what is state, or before that what is name of nation, what state is fundamental rights, what are directive principles, and what are various institutions like judiciary, like parliament, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and like executive, and many more. Means, and what is public, what public has, what public doesn't have, all that is given in that. So that is means rights and privileges of all institutions in this country. Means rights and charters are written like that, though charter term has not been used, but meaning is same. You may call it Constitution of India or you may call it Charter of India. This is official document, formal document, notified document. And this is document of all documents. This is the lead document, the ruler document. This is ruling document under which comes every one of us. There is no one about Charter or Constitution of India. So comes ourselves as engineering applications are concerned. Before that, let me read to you, let me text for you what this charter is all about. And before reading, I will show you also this text so that you may be clear about what I am talking, because until it is clear, you may not be clear about that. And before that, I think it's my duty if I can show you this document. Yes, I have here. This is Royal Charter. It's available on you can say on Institution of Engineers website, but let me show you here. It doesn't make a difference if I show you here. This is Institutions of Engineers India, Royal Charter. Let me first show you and then I blow it up. Let me go this way, let me go this way. That's this way, and then it goes this way. Oh my god, it's gone. It's gone again. I think battery is down probably, so no problem, we'll manage. So this is this way, and then it's okay. Let me show you again. It's this way. It's the original page, and then it goes this way. It's another page. If you want to see this charter, you can go to Institute of Engineers website, and you can see it there, charter and bylaws and all that. It's this way. I will show you in all presentation, don't worry about that. Good morning, Sumonlal. Good morning, thank you. Then, oh my god, it's gonna be. So, I'll just blow it up and show you so that it will clear to you. It's very. I'll just go your first page in blown form so that you can at least see what I'm talking of. Yeah, it's a little down. Okay, I'll show you now. Royal Charter at the court of Buckingham Palace, 13th day of August 1935, were present King's Most Excellent Majesty and Council. I'll read all that in full, just showing to you. I'll show you presentation also. I prepared for that. Complete presentation I'll show you. I'm just showing the reference only. There are 4 or 5 pages in this. I will show you all that. Now I'll try to. I think my phone is gradually discharged. 88% no problems there. Let me now I'll speak about this, what this charter is, and then it may not be finished today. It may take some time because its explanation is very long already. It is, I think, more than 2 hours and 2.5 hours, yet it's not started because I was involved on something which is very important. So let's go to charters, and before that I see, and there's some document which I'll show later on, but now let me see what is this. So okay, now I would read this document for you so that you be clear about this, what I'm talking of. It is page 1. It says Institution of Engineers India is not here by institution, it's from King Court. The Institution of Engineers India, the seal, Royal Charter, this title, Royal Charter at the court at the court at Buckingham Palace, 13th day of August 1935, present King's Most Excellent Majesty in Council, present the King's Most Excellent Majesty in Council, whereas there was this day read at board, whereas there was this day read at board a report of Committee of Lords of His Majesty Most Honorable Privy Council, dated first day of August 1935, in words following. Namely, now what it says, board means board a report of Committee of Lords. What it says to Your Majesty, having been pleased by your order of 21st day of February 1935 to refer unto this committee humble petition of Sir Thomas Guthrie Russell, President of the Institution of Engineers India, and others, praying for grant of a charter of incorporation to said institution. The Lords of Committee, in obedience to Your Majesty's said order of reference, have taken said petition into consideration and do this day agree humbly to report as their opinion to Your Majesty that a charter may be granted by Your Majesty in terms of draft hereunto annexed. Now, His Majesty, now what is about His Majesty? That's their quote, quote of committee, Lord of Committee. Now, His Majesty is action. That submission is over. Submission by Lord of Committee is over when it says, Your Majesty, in their opinion to Your Majesty, that a charter may be granted by Your Majesty in terms of the draft hereunto. So now what happens? His Majesty, having taken into consideration said report and draft charter accompanying it, was pleased by and with advice of His Privy Council to approve thereof, and to order, as it is hereby ordered, that Most Honorable Marquess of Jutland, one of His Majesty's Principal Secretary of State, do cause a warrant to be prepared for His Majesty's royal signature for passing under Great Seal a charter in conformity with said draft, which is hereunto annexed. This was an order. Now, let's go to what it says. Now, actually, charter starts. This was still now order. Means, what order was done? What order in council was passed? This is order in council. Contents start now. Until it was history, means there's a title. This is in King's Court, order in council, and this was report submitted by Lord of Committee, which was assigned a task to recommend what method should be used for industrialization of India. So now what happens? Actual text of this charter starts. Now it says, George the Fifth, by grace of God of Great Britain, Ireland and British dominions beyond seas, King, defender of faith, Emperor of India. To all to whom these presents shall come, greetings. Starting with greeting. To all to whom these presents shall come, greeting. Whereas association or institution incorporated under Indian Companies Act 1913 and known as the Institution of Engineers India had petitioned us for a charter of incorporation such as is in and by these presents granted, means by these presents granted. And whereas we are minded to comply with prayers of such petition. So what it says now, what King says now. Therefore, we, by virtue of our royal prerogative in that behalf and of all other powers enabling us so to do, of our special grace, certain knowledge and mere motion, do hereby for us, our heirs and successors, will grant, direct, appoint, and declare as follows. What it says? It says, we by virtue of our royal prerogative in that behalf and of all other powers enabling us so to do, of our special grace, certain knowledge and mere motion, do hereby for us, our heirs and successors, will grant, direct, appoint, and declare as follows. Now what they say? Number 1. You may call it article number 1, or you may call it as number 1 is written there. Or you can say present 1. If not article, present 1 or declaration 1, whatever you can say, no problem. It's just a question of number. Persons now members of said association or institution known as the Institution of Engineers India, and all such persons as may hereafter become members of this body corporate, hereby constituted pursuant to or by virtue of powers granted by these presents and their successors. Alright. Persons now members of said association, please listen clearly, it's very easy, I'm speaking very slow, so that it's legal language, you should not have any confusion. Persons now members of said association or institution known as Institution of Engineers India. Institution of Engineers, let me blow up a little, so that I can also read very carefully. I don't want to rush, because this is something very legal and we must understand this. Persons now members of said association, at that time this was a company or association, you can say. The person now members of said association or institution known as Institution of Engineers India, and all such persons as may hereafter become members of this body corporate, hereby constituted pursuant to or by virtue of powers granted by these presents and their successors, shall forever hereafter, so long as they shall continue to be such members, be by virtue of these presents one body corporate and politic, by the name of Institution of Engineers India. Let me repeat it first. It's very important to understand this. This is very legal paragraph actually. This tells what you are, and last paragraph will tell what you are. So, persons now members of said association or institution known as the Institution of Engineers India, and all such persons as may hereafter become members of body corporate hereby constituted pursuant to or by virtue of private or powers granted by these presents, and their successors shall be forever hereafter, so long as they shall continue to be such members, be by virtue of these presents one body corporate and politic by name of Institution of Engineers India, the Institution of Engineers India, and by same name shall have perpetual succession and a common seal, with power to break, alter, and make a new said seal from time to time. At their own will, at their will and pleasure, and by same name shall and may shew and be shewed in all courts and in all manners of actions. By same name shall be and may be shewed and be shewed in all courts and in all manner of actions and suits, and shall have power to do all other matters and things incidental or appertaining to a body corporate, including powers to take and hold, personal property, and power to purchase, take or lease, and hold lands, tenements or hereditaments, or any interest in many lands, tenements or hereditaments, or any interest in any lands, tenements or hereditaments whatsoever in our Indian Empire for purposes of institution, and power to sell, let on lease, alienate or otherwise dispose of same or any part thereof. This is Article 1 or Declaration 1, or you may call present 1. Objective. Now, objects and purposes. Objects and purposes for which Institution of Engineers India, hereinafter called institution, is hereby constituted are to promote general advancement of engineering and engineering science and their application in India, and to facilitate exchange of information and ideas on those subjects amongst. Let me read full paragraph again. I'll go to the next present. Objects and purposes for which Institution of Engineers India, hereinafter called the institution, is hereby constituted are to promote general advancement of engineering and engineering science and their application in India, and to facilitate exchange of information and ideas on those subjects amongst says amongst the members of and persons attached to institution, and otherwise amongst members of and persons attached to institution and otherwise, and for this purpose Now this is still continuing same. To promote and advance science, to promote and advance science, practice and business of engineering in all its branches, hereinafter referred to as engineering in India. What is engineering in India? Let us say, according to this charter, to promote and advance science, practice and business of engineering in all its branches, hereinafter referred to as engineering in India. So this is definition of engineering in India, which includes what business as well. I'll explain to you later on in submission in my PowerPoint presentation. Now B is to establish, subsidize, promote. To establish, subsidize, promote, form and maintain local associations of members belonging to institution and others engaged or interested in engaging engineering so as to assure to each other individual member, as far as may be possible, equal opportunity to enjoy and rights and privileges of institution. Let me stretch my leg. Already okay. To establish, subsidize, promote, form and maintain local associations of members belonging to institution and others engaged or interested in engineering so as to assure to each individual member, as far as may be possible, equal opportunity to enjoy rights and privileges of institution. So next is to diffuse among its members, information on all matters. To diffuse among its members information on all matters affecting engineering, and to encourage, assist and extend knowledge and information connected therewith by establishment and promotion of lectures, discussions or correspondence, by holding of conferences, by publication of papers, periodicals or journals, books, circulars and maps or other literally undertaking, by encouraging research work, or by formation of a library or libraries and collection of model designs, drawings and other articles of interest in connection with engineering or otherwise howsoever. D. To promote study of engineering, with a view to disseminate information obtained for facilities or for facilities. Alright, D is to promote and study of engineering with a view to disseminate information obtained for facilitating scientific and economic development of engineering in India. Sometimes I may feel little drowsy, not because I am drowsy, because there's a problem in my eyes. My eyes are both cataract operated and my number is not matching 0. So sometimes I feel eye strain during reading. Take it that way. Sometimes eyes cause me big problem. Just I like to say that. So D, to promote study of engineering with a view to disseminate information obtained for facilitating science and scientific and economic development of engineering India. So this what says this person wants in this. Okay. Now to establish what? E to establish, acquire, carry on. To establish, meaning of establish. To establish, acquire, carry on, control of advice with regard to colleges, schools or other educational establishments where students and apprentices may obtain a sound education and training in engineering on such terms as may be settled by institution. It's important one, I repeat. To establish, acquire, carry on, control or advise with regard to colleges, schools or other educational establishments where students and apprentices may obtain sound education and training in engineering on such terms as may be settled by institution. F. To encourage, regulate and elevate. To encourage, regulate and elevate technical and general knowledge of persons engaged in or about to engage in engineering or in any employment, manual or otherwise in connection therewith and with a view thereto to provide for holding of classes and to test by examination or otherwise competence of such persons and to institute establish professorship, studentship, scholarships, rewards and other benefactions, and to grant certificate of competence. Alright. So what I say, SSS to establish professorship, studentship, scholarship, rewards and other benefactions and to grant certificates of competency. Certificates of competency whether under any act of Government of India or local governments regulating conduct and qualifications of engineers or otherwise howsoever. Government of India. I will read it again so that you be clear. It's continuation of previous one and it says that establish professorship, studentship, scholarships, rewards and other benefactions and to grant certificates of competency. Certificates of competency. Whether under any act of Government of India and okay, I don't know where it's gone, something is I missed something. Searching for that. Well, alright, to grant certificates of competency whether under any act of Government of India or local government regulating conduct and qualification of engineers or otherwise howsoever. Here Government of India means Government of India Act 1935 because this document was given, this charter was given in 1935 or if 1995, then Government of India Act 1919, both can be applicable to here in this case, or local governments regulating conduct and qualifications of engineers or otherwise also. So it says establish professorship, studentship, scholarships, reward and other benefactions, and to give grant and to grant. Then it is G. This is giving competency status, where it says that certificates of competency, whether under any act of Government of India or local government regulating conduct and qualification of engineers or otherwise. So this is a certificate of competency. This institution gives. This is what in engineering. Then give Government of India, local governments and municipalities and other public bodies and others facilities for conferring with and ascertaining the views of engineers as regards matters directly or indirectly affecting engineering, and confer with said governments, municipalities and other public bodies and others in regard to all matters affecting engineering. H. All right, now to encourage inventions and investigate and make known their nature and merits. Then it is I, to arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contracts. See, I'm talking of contract here. That was the reason I delivered that out of contracts, which is a part of charter. To arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contracts and other documents used in engineering, and to encourage settlement of disputes by arbitration, and to act as or nominate arbitrators and umpires on such terms and in such cases as may seem expedient. So this paragraph is very broad. It says to arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contract. आप किससे बात करेंगे, चलते वाले से कोई बता नहीं पाएगा आपको. सब लोग इतने बिजी होते हैं, सुबह जाते हैं, अभी आ गए फिर वो. So, to arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contracts and other documents used in engineering, and to encourage settlement of disputes by arbitration, and to act as or nominate arbitrators and umpires on such terms and in condition to. Alright, we'll go further now. This is very important provision, contracts documentation. That's why I'm very serious about this issue. You should know contracts, how you have to compose contract documents, and contract documents is very big subject. It means not only contract document, it means BOQ, it means all general conditions or project conditions or specific conditions, and kulcha, chola, badam, onion, and there's the paratha. Now, We'll go to other one, that is, after doing this, settlement of disputes, arbitration, etc. is very common now, but will not move to that much in amplified way. To promote efficiency and just and honorable dealing, and to suppress malpractice in engineering. Try to get this point. To promote efficiency and just and honorable dealing, and to suppress malpractice in engineering. Do you understand this? Promote efficiency and just and honorable dealing, and to suppress malpractice in engineering. This is very important point. Efficiency in everything, speed, results, honorable dealing, just dealing, and malpractice to go. Are we doing that? That's a big question mark. To do all such other acts, to do all such other acts and things as are incidental to conducive law, to do all such other acts and things as are incidental or conducive to attainment of above act. Now we'll move further to point number 3, article number 3. This article number 2 we just discussed. Article number 2 gives description of what you have to do. So article 3, let me see who gentleman is there, or we'll see later on. Let us see, still no one is there, no problem. No problem, ignore it. Let me see if someone is there or no. Okay. Now, this is article number 3, with a view to better attainment of objects. With a view to better attainment of objects of institution, institution shall use its best endeavor to arrange insofar as not already arranged subdivisions of India into areas, and establishment of local centers for members and others attached to institutions whose reside or are occupied in those areas, and shall from time to time prescribe and, when desirable, alter boundaries of such areas, which shall be regulated in such manner as bylaws for timing of institution shall prescribe. So this is membership. Now, institution, this article 4, institution shall not carry on any trade or business. Shall not carry on any trade or business, or engage in any transaction with a view to pecuniary gain, with a view to pecuniary gain or profit of members thereof. No member shall have any personal claim I have 4 personal claims, page 5, I'm trying to go page 5. Personal claim on any property of institution. Personal claim on any property of institution, and no part of income or property of institution shall be paid or transferred directly or indirectly by way of dividend or bonus or otherwise, howsoever, by way of profit to members of institution, except in case of and as a salaried officer of institution. So, any property of institution and no part of income or property of institution shall be paid or transferred directly or indirectly by way of dividend or bonus or otherwise, howsoever, by way of profit to members of institution, except in case of in case of and as salaried officer of so this is one paragraph. Now number 5 is already paragraph. Now number 5, there shall be a council of institution. There shall be a council of institution. There shall be a council of institution consisting of such number of members with such qualifications and to be elected or constituted as such members of council. As such members of council in such manner and to hold office for such period and on such terms as to re-election and otherwise as bylaws for time being of institutions shall direct. This is what number 5, number 6. Number 6, unless and until bylaws for time being of institution shall otherwise direct, council at their last meeting, this is A, this is Article 6 and this is Article 6A, council at their last meeting prior to annual general meeting of institution in each year shall elect from among their member a president for ensuing year, and president so elected shall enter into his office. Okay. Council at their last meeting prior to annual general meeting of institution in each year shall elect from amongst their number a president for ensuing year, and president so elected shall enter into his office at that ensuing annual general meeting and shall be ex officio a member of council for ensuing year. B. 6b, of members of council of institution other than president, such number as shall coincide with total number of local centers for time being of institution shall be vice president, and said vice president shall be respective chairman for time being of several local centers of institution. Article 7. Article 7. First president of institution shall be Colonel Sir Thomas Guthrie Russell, and first vice president shall be Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Irving Slay. Normal Bruce Macbeth, Rao Bahadur Karnapati, and Norman Bruce Macbeth, Rao Bahadur Karnapati, Venkata Krishna Swami Chethi, Alexander Fodry, Harvey and Khan Bahadur, Muhammad Abdul Aziz. First member of council shall be said president, said vice presidents, following past presidents of said association, institutions, namely Christographer, administrator. Yes. Now, first member of council shall be the president, said president, vice president, following past presidents of said association, institution, namely Christopher Adams William, and there's a long list actually of William, the PS6. Let us see PS6. So this PS6. PS6 is that there are many names of following members of state said association. There are names, I am not going to take these names. These are names one something else. Alright, now there is a long list. I am not going to take name of those long lists because this doesn't serve any purpose. This is on record. If you want to see them, you can go and see on in this website. You will find Royal Charter there. You can download that and see. So I am going directly to Article 12. Article 12. This is I'm leaving names to you. No, it's nothing to do with that. History it is. Now Article 12 or Declaration 12. Unless, I'm Article 12 now, I'm reading Article 12. Unless and until bylaws of institution shall otherwise provide, institution may attach to itself students, associates and subscribers. Unless and until bylaws of institution shall otherwise provide, institutions may attach to itself students, associates and subscribers, which expressions shall have meaning respectively assigned to them by articles of association and by bylaws of existing association or institution known as the Institution of Engineers India. Students, associates and subscribers attached to said existing association or institution shall be deemed to be attached similarly to this institution. Article 13. Qualifications, methods and terms of admission, privileges and obligations, including liability to expulsion or suspension of members of each of said 5 classes. Alright. Qualifications, methods and terms of admission, privileges and obligations, including liability of the expulsion or suspension of members of each of said 5 classes respectively shall be such as bylaws for time being of institution shall direct. 14. Council shall alone have power to decide conclusively respecting each person proposed for or seeking admission to any class of membership of institution. Alright, so council shall alone have power to decide conclusively respecting each person proposed for or seeking admission. Okay, to any class of membership of institution, whether he has or has not fulfilled such conditions as are applicable to his case. 15, article 15. Now important articles are starting. Very important article these are. Article 15. I think that already 3 hours have elapsed. To see how many hours have left. No problem. Yes, 3 hours are already left. So no, actually I will not be able to finish this. No problem. No problem. Okay. 15. Member of institution shall be entitled to exclusive use after name of in abbreviated designation MI India, an associate member of abbreviated designation AMI India, a companion of abbreviated designation MI IE India, compression MI India, honorary life member of come here, yeah? Sorry, sir. I missed the line. Member of his MI India, a companion of abbreviated designation companion I India, honorary life member of abbreviated designation honorary life MIE India, and an honorary member of above abbreviated designation honorary MI India. 16. Now a power comes here in this article 16. Yes, in 15 also, just for your reminding, it was that MI and AMI at that time fellow designation was not available when this charter was granted. Fellow designation FIE came later on after we got independence, and some was required, so they introduced according to bylaws fellow member in addition to MIE and I. So it was too later added, so it doesn't matter, it's not in original charter because this charter has not still been amended. Even at one time it has not been amended, it's still original in that sense. So only changes in from British India has come, that's all. So article 16, which is very powerful article for each of us, and we should understand what does it mean. Every person, listen word by word, every person being at any time a corporate member, every person being at any time a corporate member of the institution may, so long as he shall be a corporate member, take or use name or title of Chartered Engineer India. Read again. Article 16, Declaration 16 or President 16, every person being at any time a corporate member of institution which is FIE, MIE or AMIE may, so long as he shall be a corporate member, so long as corporate member only, otherwise no, take or use name of title of Chartered Engineer bracket India, Chartered Engineer in bracket India, so long as one is member, corporate member, till that time he lives, we can say Fill the time is Chartered Engineer India. This is very important article 16. Remember, every corporate member is Chartered Engineer India. It's in your hands, not in somebody's hands. Next one, 17. 17. I will explain them in presentation, not now. I'm just trying to read it now for your information. Because this presentation shall follow and then shall follow certain government circulars. Now, meeting of institution shall be such classes and shall be held for such purposes as may from time to time be prescribed by bylaws of institution and rights of several classes of members of and of persons attached to institution of attending and voting at said meetings shall be such or subject to such restrictions as may be so prescribed. Then 18, corporate members or majority of such members present in person. Corporate members or majority of such members present in person or by proxy and voting at any duly convened general meeting of corporate members with respect to which notice shall have been given of matters to be taken into consideration thereat shall have power from time to time. Okay. 18. Let me see. Okay, bylaws over. 18. Corporate member or majority of such members present in person or by proxy and voting at any duly convened general meeting of corporate members with respect to which notice shall have been given of matters to be taken into consideration thereat shall have power from time to time to make such bylaws of institution as to them shall seem requisite and okay, so let us move this way. I have gone through that. Sometime lazy pana. Corporate member or majority of such members present in person or by proxy and voting at any duly convened in general meeting of corporate members with respect to which notice shall have been given of matters to be taken into consideration there shall have power from time to time to make such bylaws of institution as to them shall seem in the system. Shall seem requisite and page 8, the next one, and convenient for regulation, the government and advantage of institution, its members and property, and for furtherance of objects and purposes of institution, and from time to time to revoke So, let me begin, no problem. To revoke, from time to time to revoke, alter, alter or amend any bylaws or bylaws therefore made so that same shall be reasonable and not repugnant to these presents. Or to laws and statutes of India provided that no such bylaw, revocation, alteration, or amendment shall take effect until same has been allowed by Lords of our Privy Council, of which allowance is certificate under hand of clerk of our Privy Council shall be a conclusive evidence. All right. Now, 19. First bylaw to be made under these presents shall be made by corporate members of institution within period of 12 months from date of these presents, of which extension certificate of clerk, extension certificate of clerk of our Privy Council shall be conclusive evidence. Article 20, present 20, yes. 20. Pending making and approval of bylaws, bylaws to be made under these presents, but no longer articles of association of said existing association of institution known as Institution of Engineers. Alright, now do 20. Let's go 20. Sometime relief, sometime serious. Because this is law. It's not poem. This is not drama. Pending making and approval of bylaws to be made under this presence but no longer articles of association of said existing association or institution known as Institution of Engineers India, and bylaws thereof shall be bylaw of institution and shall have effect as though institution, its officers and members had therein been referred to throughout in lieu of said existing association or institution, its officers and members. Now, okay, 21, which is corporate law. Property and monies of said existing association or institution known as Institution of Engineers India, including property and money, if any, held by them as trustees, shall from date of these presents become and be deemed to be property and monies of institution, and shall as soon as may be formally transferred to institution or such person or person on its benefit as case. may be. 22nd. 22nd, I think 21 seconds. So this is probably should be transferred. Okay. 22nd is very important order. You must understand that one. 22nd. 22nd is very important one, and it says we, and says and, this is 22, and we do hereby, I am reading clearly, and we do hereby for us, our heirs and successors, grant and declare that this our latest patent, open letters, or enrollment or exemplification thereof shall be in all things good, firm, valid, and effectual according to true intent and meaning of same. And shall be taken, construed, and adjusted in all our courts or elsewhere in most favorable and beneficial sense, and for best advantage of said institution, any misrecital, non-recital, omission, defect, imperfection, matter or thing whatsoever, notwithstanding, wait a minute, page 10, that's that, page 10, notwithstanding, yes, pages count, notwithstanding, okay, now says page 10, in witness whereof, we have caused these our letters to be made patent. Witness ourselves at Westminster, 9th day of September, in 26th year of our reign, by warrant under King's sign manual. This is important point. Now, this one, because it is very important, last point, because one I have to explain one by one later, therefore I am trying to show you this. Royal Charter, sorry, Royal Charter, so I made a mistake actually, it's not there, it's here. I can show you. I must have that one somewhere. It's not here. Yes. So I show you this. Okay. Now first I will show you. First of all, you see sometime, actually I want to show you of this. Unfortunately, this point is where this. First of all, I'll show you this one to encourage, regulate and electrical. At this point, you see, is very important point here. I like to show this point, which is sole power of institution, and that is this one. To encourage, regulate and elevate technical and general knowledge of persons engaged in or about to engage in engineering or in any employment, manual or otherwise, and to in connection thereto, therewith and with view thereto, to provide for holding of classes and to test by examination of others for competency and of such person, and to say to institute and last में if you see to institute and I'll show it blown up. Oh यार ये बहुत तंग करता है. And yes, to establish professorship, studentship, scholarship, rewards and other benefactions, and to grant certificates of competency, whether under any act of Government of India or local governments, regulating conduct and qualifications of engineers or otherwise howsoever. Then And then it is actually that one I'm finding is this one. Yes, 16. Okay, 16. Every person being at any time a corporate member of every person being at any time a corporate member of institution may, so long as he shall be a corporate member, take a use name in title of Chartered Engineer India. Then what's that? Yes, and it is here. Yes, it is here. Okay, it is here. Yes, 22. Yes, there. All right. Nice. Okay, this is 22. 22. And we do hereby for us, our heirs and successors grant and declare that these our letters patent or enrollment exemplification thereof shall be in all things good, firm, valid, and effectual according to true intent and meaning of same, and shall be taken, construed, and adjust in all our courts, or else in most favorable and beneficial sense, and for best advantage of said institution, and anonymous recital, non-recital, omission, defect, impression, defect, imperfection, I can't read the name, matter or thing whatsoever, notwithstanding, and then it is, this is space wise, and 9. Now we go to 10, and that is here, and this is what it says. This is the last one. In witness whereof We have caused these our letters to be made patent. Witness ourselves in Westminster, 9th day of September, 26th year of our reign, by warrant under King's Sign Manual. So this is what I was talking of, and that is your, what we say, what we claim. This is first page, Institution of Engineers India, Royal Charter, as I said. Let it blow up a little, maybe it's not seen clearly. This is glass here. Yeah. One more scene, I'll show you a little difference here. This is Institution of Engineers, its logo, Royal Charter, at court at Buckingham Palace in August 35, presents King's Most Excellent Majesty in Council. This is a story of this Royal Charter. This story is regarding Institution of Engineers India. I will take up next details of this next time, because today it's already around 4 hours. Purpose of this talk is actually, and before also I'll tell you that there are certain government circulars which have been issued by various ministries regarding Charter and Engineers India, but unfortunately I just want to appeal to my engineering fraternity, don't undervalue yourself. This charter is not an ordinary document, this is not even a document, this is a law above Parliament Act, because charter means constitution. Charter means your own rights given by public, given by president, given by king. Charter means written rights given by sovereign. So your rights, your charter has been there. It has been unfortunate that our Institution of Engineers Management or Council did not work fully to get engineers their due status. This is not fault of engineers. This is fault of a group which is Institution of Engineers India, and we ourselves are there. More than around 100,000 corporate members could not get their rights. It's not fault of public. It's defect of engineering community. They keep always playing with each other. This is my institution, this is your institution. They do not understand institutions are different in categories. We are talking of institution, the Institution of Engineers India, which is chartered body, which is a constitutional body. This gives a status to every member. This gives a status to every corporate member. Corporate members means who is original member of this institution. Original member means you are a part of this institution. Corporate member means institution is constituted by yourself. Building is not institution. You are institution. You are member of this body. You have been given this charter. You have been awarded this charter as member of this institution. Whatever charter contains rights for, these are for you. You have to promote, you have to advance, you have to do whatever you can do in engineering, profession or business or engineering in itself. Engineering business, because profession is not mentioned in this charter, but when you say business, business includes all activities. Business includes all activities. Definition of engineering is given there. That you have to advance, you have to promote, you have to develop, you have to do everything for business of engineering, and that is definition of engineering. I don't understand some mindset of some senior engineers or very big engineers that they got certain kind of negativism about this charter. I don't understand reason for that. What is the reason? This is the charter. This is given by nation. Given to you by nation. What kind of problem you have, I don't understand. Yes, there are many other institutions indeed. We don't hate them. They are also our body, but they are not chartered. There is a difference. They are not chartered. Maybe they are run by government, but they are not chartered. They may be statutory, but remember, I am talking of the Institution of Engineers India, which is latest patented body, chartered body. There can be no other Institution of Engineers India in this country, because it is latest patented, it is chartered, it is exclusive. When you say latest patented, nobody, no other institution can have that name, the Institution of Engineers India. Yes, there can be institution of mechanical engineers, institution of electrical engineers, institution of IT, institution of this and that. There can be many institutions, but they are having different roles. Some are having societies themselves, they are having society registrations. Examples, all our society, now new institution has come, council, body, engineering council is society. Then there are mechanical engineers society. Many other, okay, no problem. You have every right, you can say, but remember, that is your own collaboration. That is your own arrangement, not by state. Here, state has awarded this institution a charter. Means, incorporated by royal charter, means now royal is royal, public is royal, president is royal. So, Institute of Engineers India is patronized by public, is patronized by President of Parliament. They are indirect owners, they are not funding it, they have no involvement in funding, they have no involvement in management, but institution is working for them, for public. This is actual management, actual status of this institution, that you are having a charter, and this charter gives you certain rights and privileges. It gives you designations like FIE, MIE, AMIE, etc., etc. This charter gives you designation like Chartered Engineer India, and this charter allows you to constitute, legislate your bylaws and regulations, and under those bylaws you are given title Professional Engineer India. And because this institution has become member of IPEA, that is International Professional Engineers Association around world, which means this institution can give you International Professional Engineers designation as well. So you can say this FIE fellow of Institutional Engineers, Member of MI, AMI Associate Member of Institutional Engineers, and Chartered Engineers India are all chartered designations, chartered names, chartered titles, you may say statutory titles, or even you may say public titles or alternative titles or constitutional titles if chartered is a part of constitution, which is because it is public act and it is order in constitution on advice by privy council. It is advised by privy council means it is statutory advice to constitute a prime act, a prime law, and that prime law is Institution of Engineers India Royal Charter 1935. This is prime law. This prime law means this is independent of other laws. This did not require permission of that common house, House of Commons, because Privy Council advice exists, and Privy Council is very big council. It's not one man council. All lords are there. This point we should understand very clearly, and with this I thank you very much. I take your leave because it's already 4 hours. We'll continue it. Thanks everybody. Thanks Mama Fanad, and I'll copy this for thanking you, and that's okay. I'll copy it, and with that thanks to you all. We'll see you tomorrow for further explanation. I'll show you presentation details, and it will take I think there are about more than 90 slides. I'll explain everything, and then you may raise questions on that later on, or you can even send questions now, no problem to me. I have given you, I have shown to you what is charter, what is history of charters, what is latest patent, and what is this Royal Charter language, and I'll explain this maybe one on one talk, and then we'll jump over to FIDIC or some other issues. I have already explained to you about Contract Act. Contract Act is very important for every engineer, electrical, mechanical, civil. So that's what we'll move as it is in future. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I close it now.